There you go.
Okay, it is 10:30 and time to start the panel 2.2 on artificial intelligence and digital technologies for safe and sustainable nuclear activities. And this will be kind of a discussion panel with 5 panelists and hopefully a lot of time for questions and answers. But before going to the panelists, let us start by introducing us, the co-moderators. So let me start by introducing my co-moderator, Kezia Garba here. Kezia Garba is a fellow of the Erasmus Mundus Nuclear Engineering Joint Master's Degree Program SARENA. With a background in nuclear physics, she previously worked as a graduate intern at the Center for Energy Research and Training, Nigeria, implementing the radiation protection program of Nigerian research reactor NIR-1. She holds a bachelor in physics from Ahmadu Bello University, where she contributed to nuclear research projects on food, plant quality control, and neutron activation analysis. She has led international capacity building efforts for women in nuclear and allied fields, including as a mentor for the 2024 OECD NEA Rising Stars program and as a fellow of the 2024 Joint CRDF Global Affairs Canada Building Networks Among Women program, where she led 36 Nigerian women in mentorship and professional development. Kezia is a volunteer at Nuclear Aware Africa, a registered member of the Institute for Nuclear Materials and Management, Women in Nuclear YG, and the World Institute for Nuclear Security, among other nuclear communities, where she contributes to promoting nuclear energy as a sustainable energy source. And here she is representing Women in Nuclear Global.
What a pleasure to be on this panel and to co-moderate with EURADWASTE. Ero has over 10 years of experience in the nuclear industry, specializing in R&D and strategic leadership. He currently holds the position of Senior Manager, Strategy and R&D at Fortum, where he leads the company's nuclear R&D activities and shapes the strategy for the nuclear generation business unit. Ero is responsible for a large portfolio of projects across various domains, including reactor physics, materials, and digitalization. He also plays a key role in collaborations with organizations such as Nuclear Europe and SAFER, as well as academic partnerships at the EU and the US. As a member of the SNETP governing board, he aims to advance sustainable solutions in the European nuclear industry through collaboration and research, enhancing his organization's participation in strategic projects and optimize the use of resources within SNETP and its member organizations. So we'll proceed to introduce our honorable panelists. It's such a pleasure to have you to talk on this topic on artificial intelligence. And I'll start with our honorable panelist on my left. Her name is Nelly Ngoy Kubelwa, and she is an electromechanical engineer at the IAEA with 16 years of experience in the nuclear power industry. She currently oversees instrumentation and control at the Nuclear Power Engineering section of the Division of Nuclear Power at the IAEA in Vienna. Additionally, she's actively involved in enhancing nuclear power performance through innovative technologies. Nelly is currently the lead of the Artificial Intelligence Working Group under the auspices of the IAEA Innovation Network to support operating plants. Prior to joining the IAEA, she worked with Tractable Engineering in Belgium, Her experience spans design assessment, compliance analysis, obsolescence management and refurbishment, or long-term operation projects. It's such an honor to have you here, and we're looking forward to the meaningful discussions that we'll have on the subject.
So thank you, Keisa. Thank you, Hero. So good morning, everybody. As Keisa said, I'm working with the Nuclear Power Engineering section, and at the agency, we are providing extensive resources aiming to support the sustainable and cost-effective operation of the plant. So in my activities, our recent project focuses on digital INC, so the recent project. So we are trying to assess the current practices, the operating experience when available, the lessons learned, benefits, challenges, and also the future trends. And we have developed several mechanisms, and one of those mechanisms is this innovation network. So it's the International Network on Innovation to Support Operating Plants. And in this network, we have developed several working groups focusing on different type of innovation. So we are trying to first improve the networking possibilities between the different member states. And also we are trying to support the deployment of those innovation, considering the 3S, so safety, security, and safeguards. And in this AI working group, we are being inclusive, considering all type of stakeholders. And the main one are the regulators, the utilities, the vendors, academia, research institute, and also other organizations. We are addressing both the regulatory and technical aspects in this working group. And to show that AI is actually a very important topic at the agency, the Office of our Director General is organizing a symposium at the end of this year in December. It will be a 2-day event. And during this event, the use of AI to support, the use of AI in nuclear power plants will be discussed, but also the use of nuclear energy to support the deployment of AI in general will be discussed. So thank you.
Thank you. That was an impressive selection of activities. So let's welcome Nelly to the panel. Next, I'm honored to be able to introduce my colleague and friend Anders Wijk to the panel. Anders Wijk, Master's in Chemical Engineering and Bachelor in Business Administration, correct? Is currently managing the R&D area in nuclear and assets digitalization at Vattenfall. During his long career in Vattenfall, Anders has had numerous managerial positions in both nuclear and non-nuclear. The assignments stretch from the R&D over project work to asset management of nuclear assets. Anders was also the site manager of Vattenfall's earlier attempts to build nuclear power in the UK and in Sweden. In terms of artificial intelligence, Anders was one of the first persons in Vattenfall to execute an expert system on cycle chemistry to do the very first attempts with neural networks. Both projects were executed in the early 90s. So Anders, we heard what's going on in the early 90s. How about nowadays?
Thank you for the very nice presentation. It's an honor to be here. And Vattenfall is a vertically and horizontally integrated utility, totally owned by the Swedish state. And with vertically, it means that we have generation, distribution, and sales. And horizontally means that our generation capacities, capabilities, stretches over nuclear, hydro, wind, solar, gas, whatever. So the company itself, Vattenfall, has a corporate research and development where I'm heading the, as Eero told you, the asset digitalization, meaning a lot of things, among them AI, and also classical nuclear. And apart from the classical nuclear, research and development, I have two teams that works with more, let's say, digitalization. One of them is called Digital Inspection, and they are heavily involved in vehicles and sensors, meaning drones, robots, things like that. And also the sensors is like lidars, cameras, radio activity meters and stuff like that. The other team is more into what we call it asset analytics, more to data analytics, to that kind of number crunching in terms of supporting all the parts with assets, with analytics, data analytics. So I used to say that we have an opportunistic approach in my portfolio, meaning that if some part of the company would like to have some things done, we can provide them with that. So it doesn't have to be nuclear in the first place. It can be from hydro, or it can be from wind, or whatever. In the backdrop here, you see one of our ROVs operating in the Forsmark nuclear power plant in the BWO, doing some measurements in the wet well. So this is typically what we do. And next one is also from my part. It's our Spot, the Boston Dynamics robot, going in doing measurements in Forsmark Unit 3. And it saves a lot of dose. Apart from this, there are some things also that I would like to relate, if not artificial intelligence, but at least digitalization. We're doing like augmented reality, virtual reality, additive manufacturing, things like that. So, with that said, I think you have a kind of a picture of what we're doing in my department.
Okay. Thank you very much, Anders. What a great profile you have, and we look forward to the meaningful discussions we'll have following your experience. Right after Anders, we have István Sóke. I hope I pronounced that correctly. István has over 20 years of experience in nuclear energy and radiation protection. He specializes in digitalization, simulation, and robotics for safe and efficient management of nuclear life cycle. He serves as a research manager and head of department for applied physics at IFE. He's also the deputy director of the Norwegian Nuclear Research Center and acting director of the Norwegian Nuclear Society. István founded DigiDecom and the Hadron Laboratory, and led the establishment of IFE as an IAEA International Collaborating Center. With a background in modeling health effects of radioactive particles, he now works strategically on topics such as digital twins, artificial intelligence, and cross-sector competence developments for future nuclear initiatives. You're welcome to the panel, István.
Thank you. So just thank you for the introduction. I've been fascinated quite a lot by digitalization quite early on. And when I came to IFE in Norway, many of you are familiar with the Halden reactor project that we have been running for many years, and now we are running the daughter project, the Halden HDO project. But when we closed the reactor, that was a radical change for us. And then that motivated my department to actually take all those great expertise from the fuel and materials research, and also based on physics and nuclear chemistry. But we also look forward a little bit, and then what we saw on the horizon is AI, data, and robotics. And yes, it includes AI, data, and robotics separately, but we are very interested in their combination and their combination nuclear physics. And therefore, we are working with what we call these advanced digital twins that are interconnected with robotics and nuclear physics. Therefore, they can do predictive analytics, they can do a lot of simulations, and they can get data from the robotics, and they can be interconnected with the robotics. And this is what we call the HADRON, Hazard-Aware Digitalization Robotics in Nuclear Domain, which we are also applying in other safety-critical industries. And as I said, we are running an IAEA center. We had the designation in 2018, 19 is when we actually signed the document. So we are working very close collaboration with the IEA, but also the NEA, specifically through these large projects. And the last thing that I just wanted to mention is that we are looking both at technological aspects of AI data and robotics and digital twins and so on, but also in the so-called HDO aspect, how to integrate all these technologies into an organization and human factors perspectives in the nuclear sector.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and next in turn, let's introduce Dr. Jani Halinen. Dr. Halinen holds the position of Vice President at VTT, leading nuclear energy research. He has 30 years of experience in the energy industry, covering nuclear operators, technology vendors, R&D organizations, and academia. Dr. Halinen has held various managerial and expert positions in technical disciplines, nuclear safety oversight, R&D, and strategy and business development. Dr. Halinen has served on the board of directors of several Nordic nuclear companies and held governing board positions in various international research programs. He holds a doctoral degree in theoretical physics with an academic career spanning a wide range of topics from quantum and materials physics to energy economics and market design. Welcome, Jani. Given the wide range of experience, what would you like to highlight about your current work at VTT?
Yeah, I mean, so VTT is the Technical Research Center of Finland. I think even though it's a research center, we also do a lot of customer assignments. So basically, to keep us relevant and on the cutting edge of where things are. So I think it's very important for us to be working with the customers. So what I would perhaps want to say, so we are around 2,400 people, and around 200 of those are directly working with nuclear. So not a huge group, but what is good about working with at VTT is that we are really a multidisciplinary organization, so we have a lot of other competencies, like we have separate research areas and teams looking into robotics, drones, modeling simulation. We have separate teams working on AI, developing the tools. I saw some pictures of the quantum computer that we have, so we inaugurated our 50-qubit quantum computer this spring, so we'll see what opportunities that will provide in the future. But I mean, it means that our people working on nuclear energy research, they can rely on expertise from other parts of VTT, and I think that's really important. So they don't have to reinvent the wheel themselves each time, so they can really go to the experts who have deep knowledge about the technologies themselves. I think to me it was very interesting to listen to the morning session. I think it was emphasized many times that it's not only about the research and tools and competencies, it's about the end use, so what is actually the added value or benefit that we get from AI and other technologies, and I think that's some topic that we will discuss today. Also, I would like to highlight that VTT is, of course, involved in a lot of EU projects that are working on these topics. So just to mention a few, for example, in the severe accident management side, we have the CNOT and Socrates project, and I have my colleague Teemu Kärkilä sitting there, can tell you more about those. But especially on the waste management and decommissioning side, we have a lot of project and activities that deal with robotics AI. So, for example, SS Ability, Dorado, Pleiades, and also in EURAD program, we have a lot of activities ongoing around these topics. So, I think there are a lot we can gain by utilizing digitalization, AI, other tools, also in nuclear energy research.
Thank you very much, Jani. Right next to Dr. Jani, we have Patrick Moria. Forgive me if I didn't pronounce it correctly. So Patrick has more than 30 years of experience in the nuclear industry. He began his professional career at EDF, Électricité de France, as a research engineer and held different positions as a project leader. He's the head of research and he was the head of research department and R&D program director. In the technical field, he pioneered the implementation of probabilistic approach in mechanical engineering, the development of fatigue monitoring in NPPs, and the development of digital technologies for operation and maintenance in nuclear, thermal, and hydropower generation. He has been in charge of international affairs in the field of R&D for power generation at EDF, and as such, he has participated in the creation of several new R&D centers worldwide. He has co-chaired the Nuclear Plant Performance R&D program. He has co-chaired the deployment strategy of the EU Sustainable Nuclear Energy Technology Platform, and he's currently managing the Nuclear Power Plant Performance R&D program. In this position, he leads R&D programs related to plant modernization and digitalization, product improvement, flexibility operation, and application of AI and data analytics to O&M issues. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation and gracing us with your presence on this panel. If you could tell us a bit about what you do related to this program.
Okay, sure. Thank you for having me. So, I guess the starting point of coming to AI is following. The best enemy of our industry, the nuclear industry, is complexity. Because complexity leads to cost issues, to safety issues, to training issues, and so on. So the only question there is how do we reduce complexity of the activities, and to which extent AI could help us in this objective. Complexity, I mean the regulations are increasing day by day or year by year. When it comes to modification of our plants to extend the plant for 10 more years, it can lead, for example, to adding thousands of new devices in a plant, new components. That's huge, you know? So the way to go to how we can simplify operation and maintenance of the plants is very simple. We have discussed that with the safety authority many times. Back to basics. That is the basic. What are the basic? You have the machine you are working on, so reactors, turbines, generators, and so on. You have the physics in it. Physics means neutronics, electromagnetics phenomena, mechanical aspects, and so on. And you have people before the machine who are using machine with procedures. All the remaining, everything else is noise and distraction. So you have to go to basics. And for that, we have been developing at EDF for now, beginning of the 90s, a lot of AI system, because when it comes to AI, people are mostly thinking to machine learning, but it's the last generation of AI. We started with Bayesian network, we started with the expert system, with graph theory, all this kind of stuff. And we have developed more than 50 business cases, 50 solutions that have been deployed at the fleet level, that is on every of the 57 plants that we have. So scaling effect is a very tough problem. It's not only the question to have a POC, proof of concept, on one pod, but to have that across the fleet. And we have this kind of AI solution, for example, for fuel management, where we change a road, be sure that you have the right road at the right place. So we have a system for that to help operators not to do any mistakes. We have a computer-aided system to help the operators to manage the plant, for example, in the context of increasing flexibility of a plant. So our plants are flexible. By the way, most people think that the nuclear is not flexible. Nuclear is flexible. We are doing from 100% to 30% twice a day. Okay. So the question then is, when you have a plan to reduce the power or to increase the power, what will be the situation like in the reactors in terms of neutronic aspect, xenon, and so on. So we have developed AI tool for people directly in the control room. We have developed training facility for the plant field operator, because the paradox is that we have a lot of training system for the staff in the plant, in the control room, but nothing was done for the plant operators who are managing the valves of the pipe in the plant. So we did that by having a kind of a digital model of the plant. Okay. We have done a lot also for the data knowledge and capture. We have a lot of people being retired. How to make sure that we get their knowledge and transfer it to new hires. We'll have to hire more than 1,000 people in the next year. So in the industry, in the French nuclear industry, so that's big to get the knowledge. And so on. We have also done a lot for data retrieval information. Most of the legacy we have in nuclear industry is paper-based, because plants were designed in the 80s. So we have, even though if you have scan the document, it's only PDF. So how do you retrieve information in the PDF? So we have efficient solution for that based on AI, which should reduce the time spent for activities. And by doing so, with this bunch of AI solution, we have get strong knowledge and of lesson learned, and we come to that in the following part of the session. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Very important work that you do. So we've all heard from our panelists what it is they do, and from this we hope to spur a discussion that will elaborate on the topic of AI much better. So first of all, we'd like to talk about the challenges that we experience with AI. In the previous session which we had, we were able to talk about some of this. We touched on it on the surface, and we are really concerned. I hope that Nelly, Anders, and Ishvan will be able to talk about this, because it sort of directly stems from what you do directly. And we want you to talk about the challenges that we experience with AI. Maybe, Nelly, you can start, and if possible, you can talk about the real-world hurdles that we experience regarding the regulatory gaps, the skepticism, data integrity, transparency, these concerns that people are having. What can you say about it, particularly with the work that you do, leading the working group on AI at the IAEA?
Good. So thank you for your question. So one of our first activity within this AI working group was to survey among the different member states to see, okay, AI sounds promising, but what is really actually deployed, and where are we? Are we in R&D, or is it already deployed? Do we have to define it as the future, or is it something current? And we have identified some applications already deployed in operating plants. And then we started to discuss with the different utilities. So as I said during my introduction, one interesting thing in this AI working group is we are having all the stakeholders. So we have also the regulators, we have the utilities, the research institute, and also the vendors. So the first thing the vendors and also the utilities identified was the problem related to data, as AI relies heavily on data. So data for training, validation, and also operation. And so as success depends on data, we have to find a way to make sure of the accuracy of the data, the completeness of the set of the data, and also the relevance, because you cannot use the same data for the different phases of the life cycle. So in our recent job, we defined something that we call the fitness for usage. And we use several, let's say, parameters. So the data quantity, to avoid having a model that is biased. the data relevance, the distribution also of the data, the scope of the data, and the bias of the data, the susceptibility to error, and the data alignment. So one important thing in the data we are using is the source. So we have different data coming from various sources. How can we trace those data? And also the integrity is one of the biggest challenge. Because we have to ensure that the data is not deteriorate, misused, or corrupted. So we have to implement means to protect the data against accidental and non-accidental manipulation of the data. So safeguarding is something very important for the data. And another thing that is also related to data, but it can have both benefits and big challenges, is data sharing. So the benefit would be to have a collaboration between different utilities, organizations, so we will have a big set of verified data, but the problem is how to ensure the privacy and the security of all this data. And also the data are available in different formats, so how can we make sure that when we transfer them, the receivers will understand the format, the way the sender shared it. And regarding the regulatory aspect, so as we are working with regulators, so, and also other organizations working on standards, we actually worked on two aspects. So the review of the existing standards to see how they can be amended to integrate AI aspect, if it's possible, and also to see if there is any need to have new standards for AI. And also there is an opportunity here for harmonization between the different member states. So currently for nuclear industry, there is no AI-specific standards. So my colleagues from the safety department are working on impact on the AI on safety and security. And we are collaborating also with other organizations like IEC to see how the standards could be reviewed. So currently at the agency, we are planning to review the SSG 39, SSG 51, because also of the impact of AI on human factors. So that's pretty much where we are currently. And we are actually at the stage of identifying the risks related to the use of AI in nuclear power industry.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think it's safe to say that because of how evolving this field is AI, maybe that's why we don't have so much standards and documentation that can help to guide industries and countries and member states coming from the IAEA. But we hope in the future that this is something that we would want to dive deeper into. So Anders, if you could please provide another angle to this. We want to know about the challenges, the difficulties that the industry is facing when it comes to AI.
Yeah, I think I started by saying that we are opportunistic in one way, meaning that we try to do things as, well, when we're best fitted. And sometimes when it comes to, let's say, large language models, we see that the obstacles of doing this in the nuclear is so large or so overwhelming. So we start to do it in hydro or wind or somewhere else where it's absolutely no problem of using cloud solutions. We also have a sandbox environment that we can test things that's separated from the utilities. So we are doing things because, as you mentioned, the pace of this is so fast. So we really don't want, in the R&D, we really don't want just to sit back and say, let's see standards coming in or regulations coming in, because then we think we are too late. But we have some specific, in at least in Sweden, I think applies in other countries as well. We have to have our servers within the country. That's by law. That means that we cannot have cloud solutions where with Amazon or whatever, because we don't know where the servers are. Another thing, I think we heard it earlier, it was today or yesterday, when it comes to competence skills, younger generation coming in, for them it's, it's just a tool like others, but in the existing nuclear power plants, the age are more like mine. In that sense, the maturity of working with these kind of tools is not really there. And so you quite often get some kind of pushback saying, we don't need this, we are operating well, why should we do this? It just takes time. So that's one of the obstacles. And of course, they can always point and say, it's hallucinating here. It's not really true. This reference that they put up here is not existing and stuff like that. So it's a kind of one of the things we say with large language models is kind of the lack of transparency. Where do they actually get their knowledge from, or the explanations? Should I just continue with some of the things we do to overcome this? Some solutions? Yeah, one is obvious, on-prem solutions. So we have set up what we call a red IT system in one of the nuclear power plants, where we can do things internally. And of course, also some things that we have seen is the data, you touched upon it, the data coming from different sources, could be SAP, could be some data, Excel sheets, whatever. And in some cases also it's very important to have the timestamp, and we don't really know what the timestamp, if it's really valid or not, if it's just lack of information somewhere, lack of data in the system that we're getting it. We also try to follow what I would call lean large language models, where you have algorithms that don't really need all that vast amount of GPUs that the cloud can support you with. And coming more to the soft issues or competence skills, we try to find ambassadors within the nuclear power plants that really think this is interesting and useful and can be an important way of sorting things out. And typically they are the younger generation, and we try to, let's say, nourish them and in a way that together with us at the R&D, helping them out to find at least proof of concepts that maybe later on be implemented full. So that's how we work.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on this aspect of the challenges that are currently being faced in the AI industry. I think it's very important for there to be AI ambassadors and to be human factors that push for solving these problems that are currently being faced. Istvan, maybe you want to build on this and talk about some challenges and as well as some approaches that are being used to solve these challenges.
Thank you. So we're doing quite a lot of research in the Halden H2 project about how to use AI safely, including in control rooms and outside the control room in the nuclear sector. And also, very importantly, we have the DGDCOM where that's one of the main topics. We talk about what are the challenges and what are the opportunities in using the AI. So my response will be basically influenced on by that, but also by AI. So I got great help from our large language model to structure my thoughts, and I also asked what the AI actually thought about the challenges of its application. So it's a combination of any of those. So of course, regulation always comes as a first when it comes to the AI. Of course, now we're all familiar using AI. Our kids use AI every day. But when it comes to using the AI on the sharp end in the nuclear, it's a different story. So one of the very important aspects there is the qualification and verification of the AI. How can we actually verify that? Will it perform safely and in intended way? And then there's a lot of aspects that were mentioned, including the data that we use. With the data poisoning, you just the right type of data, the right time, it just can really throw off the AI, and then suddenly you get something really unexpected. The data, of course, is very important. The data fragmentation, typically, we've been working a lot with the backend, where you have data in all those various formats. And we were actually running an AI working group where we looked into how to use AI to structure all that legacy data, some of them in paper formats, and some of them was formats that my daughter doesn't even recognize the name when I tell them the name of that digital storage. So it's a lot of data. How can you extract all that data and structure it in a way that it becomes useful? Infrastructure is a big problem. So obviously, if you want to use AI, typically you need some kind of infrastructure. The data has to be there. The digital infrastructure has to be there. So that is, especially in those earlier legacy plans, that can become a problem. Knowledge sharing about how we actually use AI, also not a trivial thing. There's a lot of security issues about sharing the data. Since we are in a highly regulated field, so knowledge sharing doesn't happen as much as it should be. Of course, we have ways that we can use, to share knowledge and the teaching of the AI without actually disclosing sensitive information. Skills can become a problem. It's very easy to use AI on the level that I use it for, but then my team, when they start talking about digging deep into the AI and how you actually make sure that those hallucinations doesn't happen, how you make sure that actually is trustworthy, then it's a whole different story. So it seems easy enough, but it actually can become quite complex. Costs are, of course, return of investment is an issue. Yes, it is an investment, and typically the high investment in AI is typically because it makes sense to actually integrate it into more things, integrate it in the digital infrastructure in general, integrate it with robotics per se, and then therefore, it can become a much higher investment, but the return is so far always from the experience paid off. The technical integration also can be somewhat challenging. AI alone is very useful, but it becomes very useful when you actually integrate it. You want those robots to be more intelligent and, define their way in that field, for instance, or understand the data that comes out from this. So you want to integrate it typically with BIM technologies, robotic technologies, and all other types of technologies that it is complementary to. The HTO integration that I mentioned, also something that many times gets a little bit neglected. It's a little bit not so much about how you integrate with the technology, but how you actually integrate it, the way you're working and your regulations and your organizational culture that you have. And yes, resistance to these kind of changes, it comes up here. People actually are thinking about, okay, if this AI and this robot will do my job, what will I do? And of course, we can tell them that based on experience, new technology always released or created more jobs than it actually stopped. But those type of new jobs, it's not within your skill set. Trust. Can we trust the AI? Of course, there's a lot of concerns about trusting the AI, and the transparency. Explainable AI is a very important field that is coming up. It's not trivial. AI is not designed like that. Although we are talking about AI, it's actually difficult to say what it is. In some cases, what we mean by AI can be actually quite nice, and you can actually see how it gets to the conclusion. And in other cases, you just get a black box. And the last thing is the validation frameworks. The sandboxing was mentioned. I think that's probably the most important way to go. Sit together with the regulators, sit together with the utilities. At the very least, it is perceived the application of these disruptive technologies is not trivial from a regulatory perspective. And even though the regulation does not prevent the application of these, it is perceived by many of the people that it's just not worth the hurdle. Therefore, this kind of sandboxing that explains how to actually go through that process is probably the most important thing we can do.
Wow, thank you so much. Yes.
So I'm sorry, I would like to add something since it was not mentioned. It is the qualification of AI, because given of its dynamic nature, so currently most of the applications are non-safety, and there are considerations for using it for safety applications. Then the challenge is how would we qualify those applications?
Thank you very much. I was actually going to ask this very question that you elaborated on, and I think it's very practical challenges that Istvan has mentioned, challenges about data verification, qualification, how do you trust what the AI is given to you, challenges on cost, explainability, skills. These are practical and relatable challenges that are being solved. And thank you so much for elaborating on that. Thank you for your contribution as well. Before we move on to the next question, I just have a question for Istvan. Do you think AI will replace jobs?
AI will
replace jobs?
AI will definitely replace jobs. That's not really a question, but I think the most important thing here is of course the training, which means that yes, if you are not doing this job, the AI can do that. That's what's actually a mundane job. You can do something else, but of course you have to be trained. For the new generation, it's more interesting because they are growing up with using AI and robotics, and they can use it in any field, not just in the nuclear. For them, it's a much lower risk, but for the existing fleet and the existing experts in the field, it is a challenge.
Okay. I don't know if it's safe to say that the generation before me had it easier, and maybe I have to work 10 times better so the AI doesn't take my job. So thank you so much. And Yanni and Patrick, if you have anything to add on this subject about the challenges that are being faced in the AI industry, it will be helpful. Maybe just a bit before we move on to the next aspects of our discussions.
Yeah, I guess there's I fully agree with what Istvan explained, but the question is also, in the end, the question is, show me the money, so to speak. So where is the value out there? And what we have observed is that not any innovation is worth deploying, because some of the innovation are destroying value instead of providing value. And so we have to be very careful. So the question of identifying the right business cases with the end user in the plant, that people who use the AI solution, is very important to get people from human factors involved in the loop, to have a broader view of not only what your company is doing, but also what the providers. Because, for example, when the plant is operating normally at EDF, 80% of the value is done by EDF people, 20% by people out of EDF. But in outages, it's totally the opposite. Most of the people working are not people from EDF. And they have their own AI system, their own IT system. So the question is how you gather all these systems all together and avoid people working separately or having a big mess in sharing the data, question of IP of data. So the question of organizing the industry, not only your company, but the industry, toward the same concept is very important. Yeah, yes.
Thank you very much for sharing that aspect. I think it's very important to see how all of this tie in together and how organizations can work together to push this forward.
Okay, I think it's good that we now kind of covered some of the challenges and barriers towards AI, since that is often the first reaction of many people to think about the kind of barriers or problems. But I see that the hall is not just full, but they had to bring in additional chairs, and there were still people standing a moment ago. So this is definitely an interesting topic, AI, I would say. Now maybe more about that. I think there's probably a reason why there's so many people here, and to me at least it is that having started using AI, personally I have noticed how much it can do. I think it was just minutes before this session that I last time used AI. Maybe we could take a show of hands. How many of you have used AI within the last week, for example? Yeah, almost everyone, or at least a clear majority of the people. Maybe then the tougher question, how many of you have used AI in the context of nuclear power in the last week? A little less hands, but still quite a lot of hands. So clearly there's going to be some kind of benefits. There's some reason maybe then why should we do that? So maybe we'll kind of continue on the theme of opportunities or benefits. What does AI have to offer for us? Could we, well, would someone like to volunteer as the first speaker for these benefits? Yanni? Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I can start, and perhaps I speak more about the R&D perspective. I leave the operation and maintenance to Anders and Patrick and others. So, I mean, to me, it's clear that we can really make good use of that. I mean, concrete examples that come to my mind that where we are already using that is, for example, image recognition. So we have images we take using scanning electron microscope or whatever the source, and we can use AI tools to kind of interpret what's in the picture. I mean, this is nothing new. I think even at the hospitals, the doctors are using AI tools to kind of interpret X-ray images. And I think in many cases, AI is doing a better job in a better diagnosis than the doctors themselves. So to me, this is kind of clear use case where it can be useful. Then kind of design of experiments, that's clear to me that that's where it can be very helpful. I mean, instead of kind of going through trial and error, we could utilize the data that we gather and then converge towards a kind of more optimal testing parameters faster than we could with traditional methods. But I think in R&D, the perhaps debatable or most often used method is to write applications to receive funding. That's where people use AI. And I don't know, you can say many things about that, but I mean, I think we calculated that if we put a price on the work that we do writing applications at VTT, it's way over 1 million euros annually. And I mean, it's not really the best use of resources. I mean, you could have large language models and use AI to write the applications. And I think we are seeing the drawbacks of that because now the funding organizations are getting tens or, I mean, a lot more applications than previously, and there's discussion if these are AI generated. Probably a lot of them are. And now the organizations are themselves using AI to screen the applications, so it's AI talking to AI. But to me, it doesn't matter. Of course, what matters is that the resources are allocated to where they are generating the most value. So if this helps in that, then that's fine by me. One area of application that we are using AI a lot is materials development. I mean, traditionally, you had to use engineering judgment when you are developing materials, be it fuel claddings or reactor materials. So you know from experience that some materials have beneficial properties and some not, and then you kind of fabricate the materials, put them, for example, in a reactor and irradiate them for years, and then they do a PIE, and then you hopefully learn something from that, and then you repeat that. I mean, that's, to me, it's a clear area where we could use AI and the data that we have to kind of develop better materials faster than what we do today. I mean, to me, this is especially relevant on the fusion side, where we don't have this experience and we don't even have the facilities yet. So if we can utilize the data that we have from other sources to kind of convert quickly to, let's say, optimal designs, that would save a lot of time and money. And also on the fusion side, plasma control is an area that where we are using already today AI quite a lot. But then an area where I have seen a lot of use cases is also code development. That's also nothing specific to nuclear industry. I think many other people are using that as well. So let's say we have a code that's, let's say, simulates some processes. We have the data already somewhere. We have the component specifications, PI diagrams, and all of the data sources available, and that could be an easy way to kind of build up the models to use AI tools instead of kind of people typing everything in themselves. And I think very specific use case for me was that people are starting to use actually large language models to do the coding. So they just type in what type of model they want, and then they check if the model or the code that they get meets those needs. So, I mean, especially on the R&D side, I would say that we are already using those tools a lot, and they provide value already today, and there's certainly much more that we could do.
Thanks, Jani. I think that's quite a wide range of use cases, and some of them are quite kind of wide, and other industries use them as well. But I think the kind of materials and experiment planning was an exciting view that I have not seen previously. So that's good. Nelly, did you have some comment on this?
Yes, but so what we have seen at the agency is AI is used to support NPPs in the different phases of the life cycle. So from design, construction, operation and maintenance, and decommissioning, there are existing AI applications. And also for LTO. So I think in Europe we have a lot of NPPs who are considering or who went through LTO. And I've seen some applications, for example, of the use of AI for processing the scan data. So instead of having a classical OCR software, they are using an AI-enhanced software to analyze the data, and actually it is helping the organizations to get the results faster. So one of the biggest benefits of AI is the gain of time. So the results are available much faster. And we are still far away from autonomous systems. So from, I'm sorry for my reference, but Terminator with Skynet, who will take over the control of the NPPs, and it was the hasta la vista, and NPPs, it will be a chaos. We are really far from it. We'll still have a human in the loop, so all the results are verified and validated by humans somehow. But it is really helping the organization using now AI. And also in areas like supply chains, they are also considering using AI, and there are several initiatives to analyze the impact of the use of AI on the supply chain, given the sensitivity, because if, for example, there is a breach in the security of the supply chain, then the risks are just enormous. So also when discussing with regulators, they are considering using AI, their own AI applications to support them for the inspections. So currently what we have seen is a lot of applications on teaching and learning, monitoring and diagnostics, text analytics, assistance for NDE, so non-destructive evaluation, and fault diagnostics and predictive maintenance, and now operational decision support. There are also considerations for using AI for online monitoring, to have like an enhanced online monitoring of equipment capable of predictions. And a very interesting thing with AI is actually something that has to be considered integrated in an infrastructure, as Isfan mentioned earlier. And AI is actually an enabler, because a lot of applications are AI combined with robotics and drones, AI combined with advanced manufacturing. So for example, there are cases of using AI-enhanced welding, because in the future we are foreseeing a gap in the number of available welders. So these kind of applications will actually help having results that would be more or less similar to what an experienced welder would do. So we are actually seeing a lot of possibilities here now, in the existing plants, but also when we discuss with my colleagues working on advanced reactors, so SMRs and other type of future reactors, the possibilities are actually bigger, because here we have to integrate AI in an existing infrastructure. But when in the future, the infrastructure will be defined based on those technologies.
Yeah, well, definitely. I think it makes it easier when you design it from the get-go to be utilized. That was quite a wide range of applications that you've seen in the member states and from various stakeholders. But maybe I'd like to hear from the utilities on this panel. Do they recognize some of these use cases? Have they themselves done some of these things? Yes, Anders first.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. We are looking into almost everything you say here, and the combination of using computer vision. For instance, we also have a deep genealogy repository on the way in Sweden, and we are doing the computer vision to see cracks or to see minerals in the tunnels that we are drilling before putting shot concrete on them. So typically the things that we do, and also, I mean, we've been all over the place, and I think that's a little bit of the artificial intelligence. You find something here and there, and now we have not really started it, but we are aiming to do an environmental impact assessment by taking all the official AIs that the government or the environmental court has, and just use that as an input to do kind of a backbone of our own environmental impact assessment. And then, of course, you have to fine-tune it according to what we are doing, but it will save time. So, some short, and I leave it to Patrick.
Yes, again, I would mention that many AI solutions that we have are devoted to the retrieval of information, because people are lost in the information. We have many information in the plant. Even though if the nuclear industry is not per se a big data industry compared to aerospace, for example. In a power plant, you have 8,000 sensors, for example. In Airbus aircraft of the last generation, you have something like 40,000 or so. So in a single flight from Paris to New York, you get more information than the Euro plant. So, but anyway, what is specific to nuclear is the diversity of data we have. We have process data, we have drawings, we have photos, we have a maintenance report, and this is the problem we have is to gather that and to see this data. So there is a room for AI activity, because again, coming back to what the operators is doing daily, the operators in the control room have to navigate in different mindsets. There is for him the space of regulation. He has a set point, and to stick to the set point. So this is procedures. Another space is the room, the layout. These activities are done in some space. Another space is the planning, the time, so planning, activities, and the last space is resources, logistics, and so on. And all these spaces have connections that are very, very difficult for him to apprehend and to see. And AI is there to make connection with these different mindsets to help him operate better. That's very important, I guess. And again, AI is not only a question of technology, as said before. It is a question of technology for sure, but it's mostly a question of organization, of training, of data governance. Who owns the data? Where are the data? A plant is a living animal, you know. It started 40 years ago. So the plant as designed is not the plant as built, which is not the plant as it is now. So how you make a living process to get and update the data, that's a huge question. But so it's not, I would mention that AI is not only a question of technology. That's very important to get. It's more a question of organization and stuff like that.
Thanks, Patrick. Maybe we'll take one more comment on the benefits and uses of AI. Istvan, would you like to?
There's a lot of aspects that were mentioned, but maybe there's two specific that I would like to add. Yeah. One of them is that we did a lot of more interest in using AI for competence building. So you can think about these smart companions and so on, in these virtual environments, for instance. So AI actually has been a great help for actually develop our competencies for the nuclear sector. And another interesting field is actually safety compliance. So when you talk about safety compliance, typically you have to put together a lot of documents about, what is the national framework, the regulation, what is all my documentation, especially if it's a legacy side, and you have to cross-reference that. It's a typical job that AI is really good. The big question is, can you really trust it, of course, and therefore, the human has to be in the loop. Therefore, I always think about AI in terms of augmentation rather than, yes, it will replace some of the tasks that maybe you don't necessarily want to do, but keep us in the loop, so we augment our capabilities. And I think these two additional capabilities that I just mentioned work very nicely together. But yes, I am also very excited about some of these new applications for the evaluation of the new designs. We have been working increasingly with that for the new SMRs to evaluate those designs with the use of AI and the digital twins, including the processes in the national frameworks.
Okay, thanks. I have to kind of connect to this using AI to kind of educate and teach yourself. That is one of the use cases that I personally find very interesting. It's a quick way to get into new things. But maybe we'll move from AI to the next topic, Kezia.
Okay. Wow, it's very interesting to know that AI is being used in some of the biggest institutions in the world. I mean, the IAEA uses AI to support some of their tasks, EDF. It's really interesting, and maybe we'll move on to something that sounds a bit sci-fi, digital twins. Sounds sci-fi, but it's in fact real. So digital twins, they're kind of like replicas of complex systems that allow us to make simulations, detect anomalies without the real-world risk. So I would say that they have very much their own advantages, and we'll be hearing from some of the experts here on digital twins. So maybe I want to start with Istvan, given your working with digital assets and at the IFE, and how you bring digital twins to connect and replicate complex physical systems. If you could share your thoughts on real-world examples. We want to know about what you actually do with it. And maybe if you can share some insight on how you have used them in Ukraine, it will be helpful and particularly interesting to know.
Thank you. So maybe I could start with what is a digital twin. It's a little bit like AI, what is actually AI. We are not talking about general AI and super AI that we don't have. We typically talk about large language modeling, image recognition, and so on. When it comes to the digital twins, the strict definition is something where you have a really strong coupling with the physical asset through data potential both ways. If it's only one way, then we talk about the digital shadows and so on. But I don't think there's a lot of talks about it, but as long as we understand digital twin, we talk about some kind of model of a physical asset that is there, or maybe something in the future that can enhance our capabilities to evaluate that design and evaluate the behavior. Then many times we just put a digital twin on it. And one of the very important aspects of digital twins is the simulation. Can we simulate the processes? Can we simulate even the future processes, especially for these SMRs and so on? We can actually simulate how those processes would look like and cross-reference it into the national frameworks, but also for the legacy facilities, especially decommissioning, we can simulate those processes, and that's actually one of those aspects that we have been applying a lot previously in Russia as well, for some of these very difficult sites, and now in Ukraine, in Chernobyl, for instance, where people have to enter these areas that we have never been to with unknown hazards, potentially changing hazards, and it's a great tool for ALARA planning. It's a great tool for monitoring the work and training, but also it's a great tool for capturing that experience, because we really need to know what's happened, what worked, and of course, when it comes to the AI, the digital twins, it's a very important aspect is that remote autonomous operations. So digital twins can be a great asset for actually controlling all your processes, including your robotics and your human assets, and make sure that everything is done safely. The commissioning planning also is, as we discussed, in combination also with AI. These new designs, can we use the digital twins to actually evaluate those designs even before we put them into use? And we have been receiving increasing interest from some of the new designs, both in terms of fuel and the reactor design, but also in the terms of the whole site design and the facility design. Performance monitoring, of course, digital twin, I many times think about it as the glue between a lot of other technologies. It holds all the data that the AI would use. It can hold all the data that robotics and human assets would produce, and you see the data both in the perspective of time, but also both in perspective of space, and it's much easier to understand that data for supporting your decisions. And of course, it provides transparency in that sense. We have been using, especially in these collaborations in Ukraine, for instance, as a great tool for the communication with the regulator, just to explain what we are doing, why we are doing it like that, what are the hazards, and how we are actually making sure that everything is done safely. Traceability is also very important. Digital twins typically would have this time aspect as well. So it's very nice that you can actually scroll back and see, okay, what happened at that time? Why did I take that decision? What was the basis for that safety planning? And validating AI also is a very important aspect. Many times you don't have the data, you don't have access to the real facility. And yes, in some cases we had successes about using simulated data, using a digital twin of the real data and the real facility to actually train and test out the AI concepts.
Thank you very much for sharing your expertise. I really like the word you used, companion. I mean, seeing digital twins as a companion, I think it's very useful because when we have complex situations like Chernobyl, of course, you want to use a simulative approach. And I think digital twins is much more promising than disastrous. And to build on that, maybe Nelly, you want to maybe tell us about how member states how you see member states using digital twins, and maybe if there are any regulatory approaches, if there are any safety approaches that you advise on, or generally, how have you seen this concept evolve with respect to what the IAEA does?
Okay, thank you for your question. So when we started discussing digital twins, we had different groups of member states. Those who are seeing it as a future opportunity and those who are actually already using it. So in those who are actually using it, as Istvan mentioned, it is used for performance monitoring, so thermal performance monitoring. It has been deployed in some utilities. And some others are seeing it in the future because currently they do not know exactly how to validate those systems, and they are maybe waiting to see how the other member states are operating those digital twins. So there is currently not a lot of information regarding digital twins. So also among those who are already deploying it, we have seen a trend in some Asian member states. They are actually using digital twins combined with online monitoring to have real-time data. And those digital twin systems are AI enhanced, so they call it intelligent plant or smart plant, but it's actually to predict the behavior of the plant. So in those concepts, actually the digital twin is a full replica of the entire plant and not a unique system. So this is what we have seen, and I don't have any advice to provide, and my colleagues from the safety assessment section are also considering this topic to evaluate the risks, the gaps, but currently, anyway, the digital twin is not a safety system, so we are still investigating and seeing the current trends.
Okay, thank you very much. We can see that the IAEA is actively supporting member states in ways that they can, although as much as these countries are also exploring it, the IAEA is also developing alongside it. Thank you very much for providing your insights. Maybe, Yanni, you want to talk about some of the work you do at VTT. You do a lot of R&D, and you've most likely seen how digital twins have moved from theory to practice and practical. And maybe you want to tell us about some of the projects you've worked on, or how you've seen digital twins translate into something that is useful for this dispensation that we're in.
Yeah, I think I need to go back to what Istvan was saying in the beginning. So what exactly is a digital twin? That's a good question. We, of course, do a lot of, we develop this kind of process modeling software. So that's a good place to start. Basically, we can model all the plant processes. And I mean, I think I said previously, this is basically easy to do nowadays. If you have all the component specifications and process parameters and PI diagrams or piping and instrumentation diagrams, so it would be very easy to build a kind of digital twin for the plant processes. But then we come back to the topics that I think Anders was also saying earlier, and also Patrick, that current plants were built in the 70s, so the PI diagrams are on paper somewhere in the archive, so it's actually not that simple, but it could be done. And of course, for the plants that will be built in the future, should be considered from the very beginning. But once you have the model, then of course you can use it for many purposes. Of course, optimizing plant operations is, I mean, obvious. Place to start. I mean, safety analysis, that's something we do almost every day. In a plant environment, of course, if you have sensors installed in the plant, then you might get even real-time data and understand your plant better. But typically also what I've seen used is, of course, if you plan some modifications to your plant, that's typically what you do before you model how the system will behave. And once you've done the modifications, usually the plant doesn't work as you intended, and then you have to run the simulations again to understand, so what was the cause of that. But I mean, training was also mentioned. That's, to me, an obvious use case. You can, it is used in the industry, of course, to train operators and staff. And I know Eero is from Fortum. Fortum has long been using also virtual reality, augmented reality to kind of simulate control room environments. So I think those are quite interesting applications as well. On the waste management side, I mean, I think the challenges are the same, that often you don't have the data to kind of build your digital twin, whatever that is, so building information models. I mean, they were not there in the 60s, 70s, 80s, so that's obviously a challenge, but can be very useful, I think, especially decommissioning. To me, that's a very large logistics exercise, so how to optimize the schedule and cost. So I think I see a lot of use cases there as well. So, I mean, to me, digital twins, it's not something new, it's something that we use every day for different applications, but, and I see much more use cases in the future when we understand the value of data better than perhaps we did in the 60s, 70s.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yanni does a lot of skeletal and building block work when it comes to the subject of digital twins. And I think it's a very important part of what we can translate into practice. Thank you very much for sharing your insights. And maybe Patrick or Anders, you want to build upon what has been said about digital twins?
I must admit that we are not doing so much. We have for one of our nuclear power plants the turbine train, sketched up in, I think it's Spence or Aspen, I don't really know. And then we have the real data coming from the unit, so in the control room, so we can see if we have any kind of drifting values, so we can see if we have some leaks in heat exchanger or something else. I'm not sure that you call it shadow perhaps more than a twin, so it's what we're doing. So it's not so much that we have done in this area actually.
Yeah, we have been developing digital twins. So for maintenance purposes or operations, this is what we've done in the past. Now we are calling that digital twin because it's a sexy word, but exactly the same as before, in fact, with new technology. But there's the new room for digital twin which appeared. The first one was for training, again, because most of some job, as I explained before, some job have no training facility, plant operators, for example, so we did that for them. And for other jobs, they have training facility, but which are costly. And for example, for the people in the control rooms, they have the control rooms for one design, specific design, for example, the 13 megawatt series. So they are trained there, they get their qualifications there, but they have no tools to refresh their training for specific transients they are not used to perform, or even though if they have been trained on the theoretical 13 megawatt plant, for example, the plant where they are working on with the new steam generators or with the steam generator which tubes have been clogged off. So they have some specificities because, again, the plant has lived since the beginning. There is nothing for that. So we have developed on PC-based computers, so it's very, very cheap. We have developed a digital twin of the reactors for them to be trained on the plants they are already, the real plants they are working on. Another field for, this is on the slide there, right in the middle, you know, we have developed digital tools on digital twins for preparing the modification of the plant. Suppose you have to build, for some reason, you have to build a pipe in this room, okay? So you compute, you design your pipe with a specific software, okay, everything goes okay. And then you build the pipe, and for some reason, in this room, it will be okay. But the room next to this one, you will have a big pillar just right in the middle. And you will discover that when the work is being done, and you lose a lot of money. And with this technology, you can prepare the work you will do, and you project on this room where the pipe will be if there is some interaction with a pillar or whatever. And by doing so, which did not exist before, which exists now, we are saving a lot of money in preparing the activity. So for modification of the plant or for the new plants when it will come to that.
Wow, it's very interesting to know that digital twins are used in very practical ways. Wow, it's saving a lot of money for EDF. I mean, just like Istvan mentioned, it's a companion, and it's quite positive to know that technology is going this far. I just want to note that we'll have some time for questions, to take questions, and I checked the app, and I saw that we have some questions already, so you can take advantage of the app, the Euratom app, to put your questions, and if you prefer to ask your question physically, that's also welcome. It will be taken at the end of the panel session.
Okay, I think maybe we'll move forward from the digital twins to a topic that we already hinted, I guess, in some cases. So the combination of AI with other technologies. I think that kind of even expands the possibilities, since I see AI as a kind of advice or help or kind of something that can drive things forward. But as far as it's just on the computers, it's going to be text at most. But how about if we move closer to the real world and really combine it with something? I guess we should take this quite briefly so that we save some time for the questions. But your kind of top 1 or 2 cases of combination of AI and some other exciting technologies. Who would like to start? Yes, please, Istvan, go ahead.
Thank you. I was talking a little bit about this hadron concept that we had. It's all about that, how you combine the robotics, the AI, the BIM systems, and then all other systems together into something better. And I think the most important aspect of this combination is that many times we found that the AI doesn't perform well enough. But if we combine it with this, then we'll have the access to data. But vice versa, these robotics, yeah, it provides some value, but not enough. But okay, if you put AI and it becomes more autonomous, then suddenly it provides a lot of value. So rather than going into a lot of cases, just some of the main cases for us was robotics, of course, combining AI with robotics, making them more autonomous, and XR, VR, extended reality, the simulations where you can combine AI to understand the data also in terms of training as well. The BIM systems were some of those things that we did very early on, of course. This is something that we didn't invent in the nuclear. We just said, why don't we take it? It's a construction industry, other industries are using that. Let's just extend it. And this is where the Pleiades projects and the RADO projects are really looking into. The physics and AI fusion is something very interesting. So in many cases, we actually see that the physics breaks down. It just doesn't have enough data, it doesn't work, and vice versa with AI. When you combine it together with the so-called physics-informed AI or AI-informed physics, then suddenly you can actually solve problems that none of those alone can solve. Human system integration is a very important aspect of this, and here the large language modeling, of course, is very important. Now you can actually talk to the AI, for instance, and you can get your hands free, and you can interact with the AI in a much more seamless way. Co-pilots that can help you every day to do your daily task is very important. Swarm applications also is some of the things are coming up, when you actually have a lot of assets that have to work together. And as I said before, compliance assurance methodology is something that we are working on. We worked on this structured argumentation model for actually building safety cases that can be applied actually for application AI or applied for your decommissioning project. And here, the combination of the AI with this kind of structured safety argumentation methodologies can become really powerful.
Okay. Yes, Nelly, would you like to add?
Yes, I will add something very quickly. So the agency launched last year an awards program on innovation, and we created 4 categories. So AI, advanced manufacturing, robotics and drones, and another that we named actually just innovation. So when we received the applications, actually it was a very big challenge because we did not know in which category we had to classify the submissions, because they could fit in many categories. So this highlights the fact that AI is actually an enabler, as you said, and one application that is actually important for the existing plant is the combination with advanced manufacturing, because it can help to build spare parts for the existing plant. Or design, I don't know, an arm for a robot to move a valve because because of the location and the need for a specific angle. So that's it.
Yeah, I think I got some nice ideas actually from that. But Anders,
very short. Much of the same that Istvan is doing, we are doing in more, let's say, lesser scale or practical scale in terms of computer vision. We use it for crack detection in different parts. I mentioned that before. We are using, it's incorporated in the Spot, the robot dog that we use for doing autonomous walks. Also for drones, we have autonomous operations, saying that you go around and see if anything anomalies is occurring, you get a signal. If not, it's just a routine thing to do. So it's a lot of things coming up in the, let's say, the combination of sound recognition, computer vision, all these kind of things together with some kind of backbone AI.
Yes, but
yes, and I would add also that AI is not only machine learning technologies, there are many other AI, and specifically when it comes to discrete events or the multi-state system, machine learning doesn't work very well, so you have to go to graph theory, other part of AI, which are used for PSA, probabilistic safety study, for example. You need to have a different type of AI-based technology. So I would stress that AI is not only machine learning or generative AI as we could think.
Yeah, that's good definition or kind of addition. I guess we'll move to the kind of last comments before we go to the questions.
Yes. So thank you very much, panelists, for sharing how diverse this field is and how that we should expect more, in fact. If we think we have so much now, we have even much more to come. So I want to hear from your perspectives. What do we have waiting for us ahead? So you can approach this from like a recommendation point of view. Future recommendations and opportunities that we have in the field. And yes, so it's an open question. Whoever wants to go first.
I think I could go first. So I think I'm perhaps saying the same things again, but to me, the access to data, that's really critical. From the point of view of a research organization, we do a lot of also commercial assignments to our customers, and what happens there is typically that the customer gives us certain test parameters, and then we do the test, and then we get a set of data, and then the customer owns that data, and then the next customer comes in, gives us different test parameters. We perform the test and get this set of data and deliver that to that customer. So from our point of view, it would be extremely valuable because we have all this data that we could analyze using whatever tools, AI or machine learning algorithms or whatever. But typically that's not possible because the question is who owns the data, and typically it's the customer. So I mean, the industry could benefit a lot if we could kind of pool this data and make better use of that. So of course then we come to data quality and validation questions that are also important, but this better use of the data that we have, I think that's something that I want to see. Of course, then I think I already said this in the beginning. We should have the end use in mind. So what is the added value and put the resources there. I mean, it's very easy to get excited about new tools and technologies, but I mean, what is the added value? And especially in the research community, what I've seen, I mean, researchers are curious and eager to learn new things, so everybody wants to reinvent the wheel, even though we have in the organization people who have been working with AI for 20 years, so they probably know it a lot better than somebody who just starts practicing it. So also pooling the competencies in a way to kind of start moving forward in a quicker pace. And I think that's something that I hope to see.
Thank you very much.
I can add some perspective if that's. From my perspective, three major areas for what's coming is, of course, autonomous operations. You know, AI can make things go by themselves, and you know, is it safe enough? But the point is, yes, then things can happen. Next generation planning, we have all these new nuclear designs, including in the easy SMR, for instance, where we would like to use these kind of technologies. How do you evaluate those, and what's a new type of fuel and so on, and using all these technologies to make sure that they are done safely. And you know, any shortcomings are actually addressed in the design phase rather than later on. And the regulatory innovation, and here there's two things actually. One of them is, you know, innovation in terms of how we actually bring these technologies through the regulation, but also how the regulator or the regulator process can use these technologies. Of course, AI, digital twins can actually structure all that data, visualize all that data, which can be a great asset for the regulation itself, or for the regulator reviews themselves. And of course, some of the major things that we really have to make sure that to clarify is, of course, the digital infrastructure, one of them, which we talked about, especially on the legacy sides. The modularity is, I think, a very important keyword. Rather than just saying that the only way we can really work together is, of course, then to enable modular concept, and we say that you take care of this aspect, we take care of that aspect, and we make them work together. And this is what we would like to explore in the Dorado, the Pleiades, and all these previous Euratom projects. Can we integrate these different digital assets? And in order for that to happen, is open standards it was very important. It is important not to take about standards themselves, because standards can actually prohibit innovation. But when we talk about open standards that enable us to work together and put things together, on the other hand, that really brings innovation forward. So that's very important. Of course, we have to solve cybersecurity. There has been a lot of advancements there, and AI can actually be a great asset in cybersecurity itself, and robotics as well, in security in the general sense. The digital competence, of course, we make to make sure that the new generation is trained for this, and they are. And I think one very important aspect is a cross-industry transfer. We have to recognize that we did not invent AI, we did not invent digital twins, and there's a lot of similar challenges from a Norwegian perspective, for instance, in the oil and gas industry. It's also a safety critical industry. They actually have to deal with radioactive material as well, and there's a lot of similar challenges. So some of them may be solved by us, and some of them by them. So ultimately, pilots that influence the policy, sandboxing, where we can sit together, the regulator, the utilities, and the technology provider together and test out and make some guidance about how to bring all these technologies through. I think that's a way forward.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I will not focus on technological aspect because my colleagues from R&D can talk better about it. I will talk about human, because human is still the central piece of our nuclear power industry. So I would say innovation is vital. First, it will help us to improve our safety culture. And second, it will have an impact on the younger generation, because if we not integrate those new technologies somehow, no young engineer will come in our nuclear power industry. It will be too boring. No, they will not come. It is something we have to bear in mind. The second thing is, when introducing AI, we have to consider the human factors and also the knowledge management. We are using AI, we are considering using AI for knowledge management, so training, etc. But we have to make sure that the existing knowledge will not be lost. So how can we manage this knowledge management? So what will be the impact of the introduction of AI on all the human-related aspects, so human factors, knowledge management, and the last thing I would say is, since we have the opportunity for the advanced reactors, future reactors, there is maybe an opportunity for harmonizing the approach, because currently the different member states are working quite differently, and sometimes it's a challenge for the vendors and also for the deployment of some of the applications. And maybe if we could have something more harmonized, it will help with the deployment of these innovative technologies. And I will follow Isfan on leveraging from other industry. So we have existing industry with highly regulated environment, and they are using innovative technologies much more than what we do in the nuclear power industry. And maybe we can learn from them and see how we can integrate some of their knowledge in our industry. So that's it. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on the IAEA's perspective.
Yes, for me, if we want to go forward, there are three main aspects. The first one is find the sound business cases, because again, not every innovation is worth deploying it. There is a scaling effect, which is very important, and developing an AI solution will lead to high upfront costs. So you have to find those, so to speak, a market to deploy your solution across the fleet. Very important. Second point, that the nuclear industry doesn't like black boxes. So explicability, trustworthiness of AI, all these kind of stuff are very, very important and not achieved so far. So it will be important. And at the same time, keeping the human in the loop. Okay, so what will be the automatization of some activity? What will be left to human? That's the question. And the third point is about data governance, which is more than who owns the data and that, but it's also how do you ensure that the data are updated? Who do that? Do you send the data in a cloud somewhere out of the plant, which is not a good thing for some people, for some company. What about the personal data? For example, when it comes to deploying or developing AI solution for radio protection, at a certain point you go to medical aspect, and so in some countries you can do that. In some other it's forbidden to go for personal data. In Europe, was regulation for that. So it raised a lot of data governance, raised a lot of questions about the ownership of the data and the accessibility of the data beyond the question of quality of data and so on.
Yeah, the good thing of being the last one is most of what has been said already by my co-panelists here is also valid for us. I just will mention two things that comes up in my mind. One is what we call the large language model agents or assistants. And agents, where you actually do something, it takes time to deploy that one. But assistant is something that we would like to go into. And it's a little bit of what Nelly says also with competence and how to work together, what we can do. The other one that we see a very rapid evolution of is humanoid robots. We've seen them perhaps on the YouTube. And we are now doing our feasibility study how to make use of them perhaps next year. Firstly, not in the nuclear business, but we have some things internally at our lab in Älvkarleby that would be great to really train them in the metaverse and use them for some typical things that we do in the lab.
Okay, I think we saw an exciting arrangement of potential new kind of directions that utilization of AI could take, and given the pace of development in AI, especially large language models, I expect these things to happen maybe not next week, but in less than a year probably, since the pace is such staggering. But I think now it is time to involve you, the audience, more. I think we will start taking questions next. Let's take turns, one from the audience, then one from the app. And I ask you to keep the questions fairly short, so that it's more of a question and less of a personal life story, if I may. So please, don't let this scare you. Raise your hands for questions, please.
So my question is
yes, please. Just a moment. Yes, let's take a mic for you.
Thank you all panelists for this great opportunity to hear from you. And my question is to Nelly. AI asks for lots of regulations. Many people say that we need to regulate the AI. And I'm interested in your technical group at IAA, because some of the binding documents like EU AI Act or the EU AI Ethic Guideline, how does that impact your work in the technical working group?
Okay, thank you for your question. So we are working on actually different projects. So the working group is now reorganizing task forces, and one of the task force will be focusing on those aspects. So the current thing my colleagues from the safety assessment section and the security division are focusing on is the safety and security impact of AI. So besides let's say the ethics discussion, etc., how will it really impact the different requirements for safety, security? So we are considering different options, and we are actually reviewing different documents. So there is the EU AI Act, there is the trilateral paper from ONR, NRC, and CNSC. So those are the two, let's say, published documents on AI that are actually setting the tone. And then in parallel, we are working with other organizations like IEC, and they are implementing also projects on standards for AI. So they have reports, etc. So we are trying to see how we can, let's say, summarize some recommendations that will not contradict any of those regulations. Because at the agency, we do not impose to the member states. We are dealing with the member states, so we can provide international recommendations. And for safety and security, there is a consensus requirement. So it will be drafted only if we have a consensus from all the member states. But we are considering the other works done by the other organizations. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have quite a number of questions on the app. And I want to start with this one. It says, is the digital twin a static or a dynamic tool? What is the difference with a BIM model? Does anyone want to take it?
I could start while you're thinking. So it's a BIM model. Basically, a BIM model doesn't have to be a 3D model. A BIM is just a stand of how to organize the data, which was actually invented in the construction industry. It's just a hierarchy about structuring, based on your rooms and your floors and your systems and so on. So that's a BIM model. It doesn't have to be a 3D model. And when you are discussing about the digital twin, again, this is a group name. It could be, I usually don't care too much about going into all those discussions. Is it some kind of model that can replicate the behavior? It can give you some insight about the physical asset. If that's the case, many times we just put digital twin on it. And the difference between them, of course, obviously there's a very strong overlap. So since the BIM is sort of a standard, especially the open BIM standard that we have been using, when we are talking about digital twin, rather than replicate that, as I said, in some of the EU projects, what we are is taking this standard and we are extending it. And therefore, we arrive to digital twin, which is actually compatible with these BIM, open BIM standards. Therefore, they can be compatible with all other technologies that can work together with this BIM model. For instance, project management tools that can get data in and out of these models, if we are using the BIM standards.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, so let's take the next one from the audience. Yes, please, gentleman back there. I will bring you the mic.
Thank you for the different discussions. There is an application that I'm personally working on and I have not heard you mention so extensively. It's about fast simulations, because neural networks are very fast in the inference phase. And do you see applications of using them to accelerate simulations, and especially to have a better balance between accuracy and rapidity for simulations, which is always something we consider as physicists? Thank you.
I can start with a non-nuclear application we're looking into, and that is to use it for seeing degradation of wind turbine blades. We usually use, ordinary FEM models that we now have a use case, a proof of concept using deep neural networks. And it looks promising, but we are not really finished yet.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll try to meet up with time. A question says, this is a general question. It says, how are you adapting your technologies and solutions to avoid the rise of cyber security threats? Are you planning or currently implementing blockchain solutions as part of your new approaches?
No.
Okay.
Well, really, we have tried to look into blockchains, but we cannot see. Usually, we see other technologies that so it comes in like the second best solution, perhaps for counterfeits in supply chains, but we don't use it.
So, my colleagues from the security division are actually working on a coordinated research project on the use of AI for cybersecurity. So, as you know, AI can be used to build, let's say, more efficient attacks, but it can also be used to improve our cybersecurity. So cybersecurity, the means for cybersecurity will depend on your infrastructure, and the solution would be defined given the business value, as Patrick mentioned, and other features. So I will not say that the solution is this typical technology. It is something that has to be defined based on an analysis.
Okay, thank you so much.
Then maybe it's again the turn for one from the audience.
Okay, we have one here. It says, what will be the best way for you to make AI use acceptable for safety demonstration?
I was talking a little bit about safety demonstration, and basically, when it comes to safety demonstration, one specific model that we're using very much is the so-called safety cases, which is basically just a structured way about decomposing your requirements, about what kind of safety requirements had to satisfy, and your evidence is about you actually satisfy those. And we have done quite a bit of work about giving more graphical or more easy to understand way of actually this argumentation structure. But the problem is, of course, that all this data was actually put in manually. Now, the big question is, these are just questions. And now later developed a tool that we called Decom GPT, which we based on documents, actual documents for your decryption project, can answer all your questions. And these questions can be about, this is the regulatory requirement, this is what I have. You know, give me the where is my compliance? You know, do I actually comply with this? So that's what we want to test out. Can we actually use these RAG models, basically, to analyze those documents and put all those evidences in a structured way, and also provide a connection to our digital model? Therefore, we can still take the power of these digital twins that we have been using, for instance, in Ukraine, and very difficult site to show what we do, but also do it in a very structured way, and we can show this is what the requirement, this is how we satisfy, and these are the systems that actually are related to those requirements.
Okay, thank you very much. We are running out of time. We will try to address as many questions as we can, and we understand that you take your time seriously. So maybe if we can't cover all, you can meet the panelists during the coffee break or during lunch to elaborate more. But I'll take this one. It's a general question. It says, challenges mentioned on the use of AI are uncertainty on how it was trained. That is, what data was used. And what will happen with data that has been fed into the AI? That's a bit of chicken and egg situation, though. You need to provide reliable data to train and eventually have a reliable AI. How can this be overcome?
Maybe I can say a few words while everyone is thinking. Of course, yes, and here, you know, we are actually talking about using AI for AI, you know, in a way, you know, that actually detect those anomalies and detect, you know, does it perform? But also the expert review is very important in this case. So yes, it is very important that experts, before we actually train the AI, they are the ones who actually can detect, does it perform as it's supposed to be? Is this data healthy, and does it produce the same results? So yes, the human will be in the loop, and I think that's exactly one of those very important aspects where the experts can evaluate, does it perform? And then they can teach the AI, and that AI can actually, we can evaluate the other AI in a way. So it's a very complex issue, but this is the same way as the other technologies. The AI can be complex, but it also provides a lot of opportunities. So we just have to push on.
Yeah, I just would like to add on that domain knowledge is very important when you do some of these things, that you have people in the loop that really knows what the question is about.
Problem is also how the AI technology has been trained, because most of the time it has been trained on a set of documentation, which includes some bias that you don't know or don't see. And that's why we are developing in the framework of EU. We have an EU project to develop LLMs to preserve the diversity of European language, for example, and make sure that when you use a ChatGPT-like system in your business, you get the right answer. Because, for example, Euro, you are Finnish, right? So if you ask a question to ChatGPT in Finnish, you will get an answer in Finnish, but mostly it will be a US answer, because mostly the ChatGPT has been trained on US documentation or English documentation. And the problem is, if you would like to do that in your language, and above all in the business, in our businesses, it will be difficult to have a level of documentation that is enough to train a big system. So and this is exactly the topic of the European project we are in. The name is ALTEDIC, which is an alliance for preserving the European languages and the business languages. We have different business cases in this European project. One of these business cases is energy. And the purpose is how to develop a machine learning system which use the documentation that exists in the different languages in Europe and specific to the nuclear industry, and helping us to preserve the sovereignty of the solution we are developing in Europe, and to preserve the qualities, diversity, and the value of what we have in our documentation. And I guess this is most of the time a point which is underrated, the question of the bias of the response of this technology, and which is very, very important to us.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and another thing that I would like to add is sometimes when we have an issue regarding the data available, we are working on different types of data, and synthetic data are generated to train the model. So this is something also considered.
Okay.
Should we give the audience one last time if they want to ask in-person question? Yes, please.
Okay, I think we all agree that the performance of an AI will depend on the data I used for the training, both in terms of quality and of quantity. Now, the people in the medical field who are they have realized this, and they agreed to put radiography data for cancer diagnostics into a common pool, and the results are quite good, actually. AI in the medical domain is performing just as well or even better than doctors are doing. Now, my question for the panelists is: do you see the nuclear field be willing to do the same thing? I've heard arguments like, well, I can't do that because I wouldn't want to have some student at MIT analyze 30 years of eddy current data and discover that we are running one plant with a defect which is there since, I don't know, the year 2005, for instance. I've heard this kind of argument, and I would like to hear your comments on this observation of mine.
Thanks, that's a great question. Who would like to go first?
I can go first a little bit. This is actually a very interesting question. Of course, I told you about this IA group where we're investing into large language modeling, and we almost failed, actually. We actually didn't get hold of the data because it was all sensitive and everything. And there's one thing that kind of sheds some light on this a little bit, is what we call the federated learning, meaning that it doesn't necessarily have to, you doesn't necessarily have to have access to the data, as long as you give the AI model to this person and say, yes, please train it in your data, and then you can get back the AI model. But lately, I actually asked one of my colleagues, but if you're trained, that data is in there. Of course, it's a black box, but in principle, can you retrofit that in a way and get that kind of data out? And then my people said that, yeah, actually, if you know what you're doing, an AI aspect could actually potentially get, reconstruct that data. So it's not as easy as we are talking about it. And the question is quite open because, yes, of course, the security threats are always there for us in the nuclear industry. Opening the data is always difficult. But what I'm hoping for is that some of those assets, like in the decommissioning, maybe it's not there anymore. And then it can be open, right? It's just as valuable, even though it's not there. So when we get there, maybe that actually could make a big progress.
And from the hydro business, we're doing this with fish recognition, computer vision, and that is data that we actually is open for everyone to train on, to do some kind of try to see the biases, to implement that. So we have a lot of data that the universities are training on. So that's how we, because they are just fishes. No GDPR, no nothing else like this. It's very easy to do things like that.
Okay, I think we got the message from the lights that we should be wrapping up. I mean, we could stay here the whole night discussing AI, I'm sure. First, I'd like to thank the audience for participating. There was a lot more of you than we expected based on the amount of chairs. Big thanks to you, and especially big thanks, of course, to all of our esteemed and knowledgeable panelists. So let's give them a loud. Okay, thank you. This concludes our session here.
So let's start. People will join in. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session, which is dedicated to skill and competencies. As you've seen and heard in the plenary session, this is also going to be linked to the session going to the room number 3. So my name is Alexandru Tatomir. I am here on behalf of BGE, which is the German Waste Management Organization, but at the same time, I am also representing the European program EURAD, where I'm the work package leader of the knowledge management work package. Knowledge management has many valences and many implications, and this is skill and competencies, training and mobilities is something that we're looking at. And I'm here happy to moderate this session. And basically, we are looking at the multifaceted approach that includes education, training, reskilling, and knowledge transfer, workforce development, international collaboration, mentorship, diversity and inclusion, innovation, public and private engagement. And these are very important for the nuclear sector. And at the same time, we want to foster this by encouraging the training and workforce development, international collaboration, and exploring strategies to attract, retain, and empower a diverse and skilled workforce. So this is about me and about the session. My co-moderator, Inigo.
So, good evening, everyone. My name is Íñigo Gallo. I'm here on behalf of Young Generation Spain. And I think we can directly dive in on how the session is going to be structured. So, we will have a first presentation of each of our panelists. They will have a short period of time to explain who they are and why they are here, what are their main insights. And then we'll begin with the structured discussion. We'll be addressing one question to each of the panelists and also engage them to share different opinions and also to accept some questions related to the topic from the audience. So feel free to, of course, to intervene. After this structured discussion, we're going to have an audience, again, question part. And we will be also looking at questions from the app, so feel free to put your questions there. And a final discussion of 10 minutes when they will give a recommendation or a main takeaway of the session, okay? So I think without further ado.
Yeah, we can introduce the first of the panelists. We want to introduce Dr. Michelle Cook. She is the director of SEK CEN Academy, and she has a PhD in physics. So, Michelle, say a few words about you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. And thank you for the introduction, and also thank you to the organization for inviting me to be in this panel. We just discussed a little bit beforehand, and Alexander had to say, yes, it's in physics, not in nuclear physics. But I also have a postgraduate on nuclear education and communication. That's maybe also relevant regarding the topic of this session. And it also explains my passion for education and training, of course. Okay, so maybe a few general words first about the topic of the session. The shortage of resources, it's not new to you. It has been mentioned already several times at this conference. And it's a hot topic actually for a good reason, because competent workforce is crucial, not only for the safe and reliable operation of current and future nuclear power plants and other nuclear installations, but also to drive research, to drive innovation, and to drive progress. So building and also sustaining nuclear competences, to me, is a shared responsibility. That's maybe a first thing I want to mention. Industry, academia, also research and policymakers, I think they all should work together. Each holds a piece of the puzzle, and we need to fit all the pieces together at the right time and at the right place. Also important to mention is that that we need to involve also the younger generation in all these efforts. Because after all, yeah, they are the main target audience, and they are the ones who will ultimately carry out the work. And by including them early, we don't only prepare and train them for the future, but we're actually also giving them ownership. And I want to say thank you to the organizers of this conference to include the young generation, and also say a big thank you to the young generation for accepting that possibility so numerously. You are here with many people and present in all the sessions, so thank you for that. Maybe a bit more about my own work at the SCKCN Academy in Mol at the Belgian Nuclear Research Center. I'd like to think of competence building there as a kind of ecosystem. I always try to explain it with different stages. First stage is attracting people to STEM and to the nuclear field more specifically. And this attracting phase often begins well before the university. I think there's really great value in engaging high school students, but also their teachers and the public, amongst which the parents and other influencers, to use a modern word. And they all play an important role. If we raise awareness about radioactivity and how it's used and how nuclear technologies are used for electricity production, but also in healthcare, agriculture, even space exploration. I think that gives people a better understanding of the benefits that nuclear can bring. And of course, I believe we also have to inform about potential harms. And in this way, people can make well-informed decisions on study and career choices later on. There's a long list of actions, I think, that can contribute to meeting the goal. One I would like to mention already is the introduction of young potentials to the wide variety of exciting jobs there are in nuclear, and also about the careers that they can have in the nuclear sector. And also important, if they are interested in that, what's the educational path that they can follow to reach that. Another target, a public in the attraction phase, are professionals working in other sectors who have skills that can be used in the nuclear sector, or who just are willing to be retrained and come to the nuclear sector. Then we have the second phase, that's about education and training, competence development. It's about gaining knowledge, about developing the skills, but also about mastering the required attitudes. Once people take that step to nuclear studies, there are many ways that the sector can support the development. In my institute, for example, we make use of our infrastructure and our staff. They are available to students to support them with internships, with thesis work. We offer technical visits. We provide courses both at academic level and also at the professional level. Also important is the contact with the employers during this phase, also at international level, I think. That helps ensure that learners don't just get trained, but they also get acquainted with meaningful roles to which they might be attracted for their future careers. So mobility support of learners here is also one of the important aspects that we should further discuss, I think, in the session. And then last but not least, third phase, the intention is that we get all these well-trained people with a good nuclear competences also being employed in the nuclear sector. We have to create a context that employees, of course, feel happy and that they're willing to stay. But in terms of competence building, I find it also important to encourage an awareness amongst nuclear employees, and that's all of us, all of you, that we can be and actually should be the sector's best ambassadors. If we share the knowledge, the experience, our enthusiasm and our passion, I think that we can inspire both our peers working in other sectors, but also the next generation. So we can actively contribute, let's say, to the same steps that brought us where we are for the moment. So I guess with that, I will conclude the first words to open the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. I would like now to give the word to Brian Erickson, who is team leader of ERON, Euratom coordination from JRC. So, Brian.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, as I said, I'm working for the Joint Research Center, which is the research arm of the European Commission. We also do a lot of policy support. for today's topic, we also do a lot of things related to skills and knowledge management. Some of the things we're doing is that we are at JRC level organizing a lot of training courses ourselves. So we have a lot of training courses in safety, in security, nuclear security, but also in non-power application. Then we also heard next door a few minutes ago that we also have opened our infrastructure. So our nuclear infrastructures are open to young researcher or researcher in general who wants to make use of these facilities. We are also participating in a number of European projects. So we have been participating in the IN2+ project. We are also participating in the project which was mentioned next door with Skills for Nuclear, where we're really trying to aim at, say, mapping what is really the needs for the future for the nuclear workforce, both in quantity but also in quality related to skills. And of course, we are also participating in a number of international projects together with the IAEA and with the Nuclear Energy Agency and trying to harmonize knowledge management in this way. Then the last thing I want to mention is the project where I work myself. It's called the European Human Resource Observatory in the Nuclear Field. We normally, in the daily speech, we call it the ERON. ERON was actually started 15 years ago, so around 2010, with the aim of mapping, let's say, the workforce needs and both the demand side, but also the supply side of the needs at the European level. We have done many different things in ERON over time. Just to mention that we have, over time, we have conducted 3 very, very large surveys looking at both the demand and the supply at the European level. So we conducted a survey in 2010, 2014, and 2018. Unfortunately, one of the things which we saw was that over time, the interested to participate in these surveys declined. That meant that the conclusion we really could extract from these big surveys was quite limited, it's very generic. Also, I forgot to say that these surveys mainly focused on what we called nuclear experts. So this was persons who had a formal education in a nuclear topic. So that led us to that we have, since 2020, we have changed a little bit our focus, where we are trying to help member states with guidelines to do their own assessment at national level. And one of the topics we are working on is what we call nuclear workforce assessment, and you can think about that as a kind of quantified gap analysis. And then I just want to say something I have not heard here at the conference this time. It might have been mentioned, but maybe I have missed it, is also the harmonization is very important. If you look at the academia, we have what's called the European credit transfer system. So it means if you do 1 year of your bachelor in one country, in most cases you can then transfer to another university in another country. So that works, I'll not say perfectly, but it works quite well. But for other type of trainings, vocational education and training, the system doesn't work so well. The initial idea was really also from the beginning to have a point system, a passport where you really can transfer what you have gained of education and training with you to all kind of jobs. So this is something which really needs maybe some attention in the future. The proposal now from the Commission is really that this type of training should really be based on learning outcomes. So that means that really you have to have a list of what have you learned in the different courses, or what they also call micro-credentials. So that means if you have taken a course in one company, in principle you should also be able to bring it to another country or another company. So this is also something we are looking at in ERON. And I think with this I will stop now.
Thank you, Brian. Indeed, well spotted, harmonization. But now maybe Gabriel Pavel, who is the executive director of NN, an organization with more than 100 institutions, can say more about himself. Gabriel?
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for having me here. Indeed, so my name is Gabriel Pavel. I'm the Executive Director of the European Nuclear Education Network, a network of more than 100 institutions from starting or ranging from the educational field and research, national regulatory authorities and industry and so on. Being involved in this quite for some years now, I noticed that recently we position ourselves, or we found ourselves, or we feel ourselves that we are quite in a so-called, we are at some crossroads, because on one hand side, we see that there is this new trend which came for a few years now, and this means that we need to have some sort of a shift in in how we deal with education in nuclear, because when we are talking about innovation in nuclear, when we are talking about small modular reactors or new types of reactors that can be implemented, when we are talking about hybrid energy systems, when we are talking about new generation of nuclear reactors, then we need to adapt something to our way of doing things. So this is on one hand side. On the other hand side, there is this pressure that we are feeling it if these new projects are going to come to an, let's say, to a start, not to an end, but to a start. And if these promises of new perspectives are going to be transposed into reality. In the same time, there is this education, or to say so, a growing generational gap. So even if these new projects are not coming to an implementation phase, a lot of the employees which are currently working in the power plants, in the existing power plants, are coming to the retirement age. Fortunately, the power plant doesn't. So we still need to have people, new people that needs to support the functioning of these nuclear power plants. And we are feeling that this new generation either are not so convinced about choosing this path, or they are difficult to be convinced, or we need to do something different to convince them. So, but anyway, in either of these two scenarios, we really need a lot of people, and we need to be aware of the fact that there is no single institution that can provide this amount of people, or there is no single country that can provide this amount of people. So this means that we need to collaborate among us, we need to collaborate among us institutions, and we need to collaborate among us countries to provide this kind of numbers. To come back a little bit to the main ideas or the main topic of the gathering, basically we have three paths or three structures here. First of all, attracting people to nuclear. And then to attract people to nuclear, we need to rethink a little bit our message that we send, because we are talking about new generations now. To rethink a little bit the approach, because I must say that focus was on, let's say, quite educated people, which were already at bachelor level, or master level, or PhD level. So we were trying desperately to attract these people, but we neglected somehow the younger generations, and we also need to address them. So we need to look into how we can support different organizations. I'm saying organization, not schools, because it's difficult to support schools without reaching to decision makers, because even schools, even the program or curriculum of a school needs to be adapted and approved. So we need to see a little bit how we can deal with this thing. And coming to the message that we can send to young generations, this is also different. A few years back, some years back, or a generation back, the main topic was, or the main concern of the generation was the level of the payment. And this, we could say that nuclear was quite good in the level of a salary. But now the new generations are looking into environmental topics. So we also need to focus a little bit on the message that we are sending to new generation. What does nuclear do for the environment? So this is also a very important shift, if I may say so. The second, it concerns retention of those which are already in the nuclear field. And for the retention, we can have many answers here. So we can have many answers, starting for the mobility, because a person at some point feels the need to either get a new position in the current, with the current employer, or change the employer. So we can also look into this. Change the employer, change the country, change the region. So we need to see what are also these needs that can be tackled by us. And also, we need to look into the learning perspectives of a person, of an individual. A person continuously needs to learn more or different things. So we also need to look into that. That's why when we are talking about reskilling another person, it's not necessarily that we want it, but also we need to be aware that this person needs it and wants it. And third, what I want to emphasize here is the preservation of knowledge, because in nuclear, knowledge is essential, is very important. Preservation of knowledge must be done by the industry, but must be done also by us, by educators, because we see this generational gap even with us. So a lot of professors which were there and good professionals, good lecturers, good teachers and so on, which were there at the beginning of the nuclear era, are now coming to the retirement age. So this is also affecting us. So these are the three main topics that, in my view, should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Following along, we have Nawal Prinja. Mr. Prinja is a former technology director of Amentum, and Professor Prinja has over 44 years of academic and industrial experience, and he is a member of the working AI group from IAEA to spread his expertise in AI. So, Mr. Prinja.
Thank you, Enigo. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I was born in the year when first commercial nuclear power plant was started. So I am as old as the civil nuclear power industry. And during this time, I have seen the third industrial revolution, as some of you may remember, going from slide rules to PCs and computers, introduction of finite element analysis and CFD, and a typical questions about validation and verification of these new tools, which has now become standard practice. And today, I am interested in the fourth industrial revolution, which is AI and digital twin and Internet of Things. How can it help nuclear industry? There is a unique challenge that our industry faces, and let me tell you that we are not same as other industry sectors. The most important one is that our nuclear projects last a very, very long time. Nuclear facilities, 100 years? By the time you do the conceptual design to construction and licensing, and maybe 40, 50 years of operation and decommissioning. And if I look at repositories, they could even last centuries. So generations of engineers have to see through your entire project life cycle. On top of it, that knowledge that you will need to run and operate and build that facility is going to be kept by individual, by a team of people, maybe at national level or at international level, like the forum of the kind that we have today. So if you look at all the different areas through which this knowledge has to flow, it will be about 56 to 60. Over 100 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think any paper-based system can cope with it. And this is where AI-powered cognitive search tools will play a major role. So it's a great opportunity for nuclear sector to use these tools for knowledge management and knowledge preservation. This is something that is very unique, and I think it's going to be available to us. The second most important aspect I want to share with you is that this knowledge that we have been talking about is of three types. Explicit knowledge, that's just your reports and documents. Believe me, if you just simply pass a pile of documents to a young person, no good. You're not doing them any favor. If you teach them how to apply that knowledge, which I call implicit knowledge, that also will take time and may not be good. What needs to be enabled, the competency you want to give to the new person, is what I call tacit knowledge. That is the ability to understand and make the right decision. And this is again where cognitive search tools, I'm not talking about generative AI, by the way. We are not, people often get excited and they can go and write programs. I've got a software written where I read Harry Potter novel and then asked it to write another page for me. No, we are not generating anything. We are using the knowledge there is, understanding it, and helping to make a decision. And they are tools available. They are professional people who have actually created these tools, and I think it should be a standard practice in industry for organizations to have these tools and enable the younger and the newer generation of people to start to use it. Finally, my third point is, again, nuclear industry is very good in quality assurance. Yeah, we all write our processes, we assign responsibilities, we diligently record data. And then what do we do with it? Throw it away, store it away. Believe me, 98% of data we generate and store is never looked at again. But here is an opportunity for these AI models to go back, have a look at it, reevaluate, see what went wrong, what went right, learn from that experience, and improve the way you do things. This is what I call quality control. We are very bad on quality control. So this is the third thing that we should be doing, is having a strategy to keep the data, to have the right tools, commercially available tools, yeah, to use them to help improve our quality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Novel. It's good to see here history, also combined with novelty AI. Now we are moving to Jochen Alswede. He is the head of the Research and International Cooperation Department, the German Federal Office for Radiation Protection, so the base. And Jochen, please introduce yourself. And
yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And a warm welcome from my side. Thank you very much for the invitation. So I think I'm representing here the regulatory view and the regulatory perspective a little bit. A few words to myself. I studied physics and political sciences, joined the Federal Office for Radiation Protection in 2012, and then in 2016, the newly founded BASE, which is the German abbreviation for the Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste Management. So my perspective is a regulatory one and a topical one on waste issues. As I said, my office was founded 2016, so since then we grew up from basically 0 to 470 people now. So we have a story in the past years, like other institutions like the BGE, the operator, similar in Germany, of really a build-up of competences. And perhaps I can share a bit of experiences regarding these past years. So our main topics, just to clarify them, we were founded in line with the phase-out of the nuclear power in Germany. So, of course, the priorities in Germany switched from nuclear power to nuclear waste disposal, and especially to a new site selection process for the repository for high-level radioactive waste. For this task, our office was founded. So we have licensing tasks, site selection tasks, licensing interim storage facilities, and of course repositories. We have a huge department only dedicated to public participation also. So there are working many social scientists especially. And of course, we are doing regulatory research, which is my department, and I think that's especially interesting when talking about building up competences. So I want to point out, to make 3 points at the beginning of our discussion. So first of all, what is the German situation? As I said, our focus went to the nuclear waste disposal. We phased out of nuclear energy in 2023. There's no nuclear power plant left, but of course there are many plants in decommission right now and simultaneously in decommission. So that's, of course, for the private industry a huge challenge to do that. But besides from that, we have 60% renewables in electricity production right now, and it's rapidly growing. So also the new government, which just formed in Germany, does not intend to go into nuclear. So our focus is really the safety of nuclear waste disposal, and of course from our office, especially the safety side. But we still have a huge demand, of course, of knowledge and competencies and skills. And that's why still we have, of course, to go to universities, go to research institutions, and of course also talk about this topic, because otherwise many people, of course, in Germany would say, oh, nuclear, that's done. We are out of nuclear. Is there anything left to do? Of course, there's something left to do, and that's something we have to talk about, of course. But still, the federal government is spending. Only the federal government is spending around 150 to 200 million per year in the research of nuclear safety and nuclear waste management. So you see there's still something going on in Germany. And I want to pay, of course, especially attention to the regulatory side, and that's my second point. So whatever your stand on nuclear is, I think it's very important to not only think about private industry and not about only research and so on, but to have a good regulatory system in a country. Because without a regulatory system, private industry will not get their licenses done. They need competent and efficient processes, of course. And of course, the public also needs institutions they can put trust in. And of course, that's especially the state institutions, especially the regulatory institutions. And I think, and in Germany, we have a history of that. The public notices when a regulatory office is not able to communicate competently or is not able to make their own decisions in a safe manner. So I think that's in best interest of all stakeholders that you have a good regulatory system, which not only includes the technical perspective, but also the perspective of social sciences and communication sciences and so on, because that's, I think we discussed it before, and we will discuss it here perhaps. That's, I think, one of the main learnings in the past, that especially nuclear waste disposal is not only a technical question, it's a social, a societal question. And my third point, again, especially for nuclear waste disposal, we are not talking about a sprint here, we are talking about a long distance run. We are talking about, and you pointed it out, we are talking about decades or even more, many decades for these kinds of projects. And so in Germany, with the nuclear phase out, our government had done a coordinated strategy for maintaining skills and competences, especially for this new situation in Germany, the focus on nuclear waste issues. And that was very helpful. We did that in 2020, a systematic review of the competences we need in Germany, we will need in Germany in the next decades for especially the decommissioning and nuclear waste issues. And that helped, I think, stakeholders. That does not answer every question we have today, but it helped a really systematic approach to make a survey and then to go into the details what is needed when for the state side, for the private side, to really make progress in nuclear waste issues. And that's perhaps the point I will stop and perhaps go further into detail in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. One remark. If you have questions, keep them or write them, because at the end we'll have a round with everybody. Yeah? Don't forget about it.
Okay, and lastly we have Thibaut Risset. Thibaut coordinates the French training projects for countries interested in nuclear energy at I2EN, to put it shortly. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this short introduction, and thank you for inviting me to this this panel, inviting the I2EN. So yes, my name is Thibaut Risset. I'm a project director at I2EN, so the International Institute for Nuclear Energy. It's a French institute, non-profit organization that is mostly dealing with coordinating the French training offer at the international level and basically facilitating access to French training for countries that are interested in learning more in the nuclear sector. I'm mostly in charge of developing training projects, but we deal with both academic and as well as professional training activities, and we support mostly countries, and we help or advise and collaborate with countries that are interested in building more nuclear power facilities. In relation to the topic of today, I would say that basically that's what I2EN is doing, cooperation to attract and retain skills and competencies and also preserve the knowledge and expertise in the nuclear domain. Why we do it? This might be the question. And I think we will see a big storm coming in the nuclear capacity building domain. Human is really at the center of a nuclear power program. When we see different experiences, recent experiences, you can put as much money as you want in a nuclear power program, in a project. Human will always be the issue that you cannot go without. And you need to deal with it, and you need time to deal with it. And we've seen nuclear power programs being delayed, not because of money, not because of, it's always because of human, the training, the people being ready to do their job at the right moment. So for this, I would take an example, and this, I have some colleagues here. France has done first estimate, a gap analysis in the workforce, and you've heard this before in the previous session. My colleague from INDF mentioned this big number, but this is not coming from nowhere. There has been a study that has been made, it's called MATCH. It's a gap analysis to assess what is going to be the human capacity needed for the new EPR2 program in France. 100,000 people recruitment in the next 10 years. That's a big number, but that's the reality. And in response to this gap analysis, there is an action plan that has been put in place, and I have here Swazik, who works at the University of Nuclear Craft, so UMN in France, and they are dealing with this, managing this action plan for the French nuclear program and making sure that the workforce will be ready when it is needed for this new program. I encourage you, by the way, to go. There is a poster in the next room. I encourage you to go have a look at this poster. It's been made by GFEN and UMN, and I'm not going into the details of all the numbers, but you will find more information on this in this poster. But the message I wanna give here is 100,000 people in the next 10 years. This will not be achievable only with French students. We need to internationalize the workforce in order to be able to bring this capacity. And not only at the French level, when we see many different European countries now talking about developing nuclear power program, I could take the example of Poland. Poland is now in the middle of developing their own project and soon to be starting construction. We will be competing for the same people, for the same competencies, for the same skills. And we need to work together. I've been to different countries where they have a shortage in skills. I've dealt with some countries where they tell me we are educating a lot of people in nuclear, but they don't have any jobs at the end. So maybe we should talk together in order to make this easier to exchange those people and make them available to everybody. So internationalization will be one of the key issues, and cooperation, to come back to the topic, cooperation will be key in order to deal with this big storm, I would say, that is coming, and to be able to deploy the technology in the upcoming years. But we'll talk about more of this later, and I don't want to take more time on this in the introduction. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Now everybody has presented themselves. Now you know who everybody is, and we jump directly into the structured discussion. I want to start with Brian and ask him, as nuclear technologies are evolving quickly, creating new skill requirements that training programs must address. So how can we establish a Europe-wide process to identify upcoming skills early and integrate them into national and regional education and training curricula? And also, could you please also emphasize the need to have better data? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. Well, I just want to go back to maybe the title up here of this session, because it actually, for me, it's the first word in the title, cooperation, is really important. And I think this is something we really have to think about when we want to attract and retain the skills for the nuclear sector. So it means we have to cooperate at all levels. So all stakeholders, we have to work together to attract both the young generation. We have to go out to the schools, which we heard that for the very young generation, we have to really start going out to school, but we should also continue to participate in fairs. We should really work actively to make sure that we attract the young generation. And again, also to make sure that they stay. We have to give them meaningful jobs. They have to feel that they make an impact, and we also heard next door, just in the previous session, that one of the most important things is probably deployment, because that really means you feel that your job is important if you really have a concrete project. They also have to feel that there's a possibility for personal development. So I think it's a continuous process, and it's something we really have to continue to work on. Relating to the data, we just heard that we have data from France. We also know there's some data from UK, which also done an assessment of their workforce. We have data from Finland. Some other countries have also done their analysis, maybe not published as much. But there's really a need to harmonize these data at European level if we have to understand and quantify really what is the need at European level. I just want to mention to you one tool, which is called the ESCO tool. It's the European Skills Competence and Occupation Database. It's a tool which is free of charge. You just log in and you find it off the Commission website. But it actually harmonizes all jobs at European level. So if you find a job there, you find a job, for example, a nuclear engineer, it directly links to the skills you need for that. And I think this could be a very important tool, which we start to use that more and more over time. And this is something we should consider. If some jobs are missing, there is procedure, we can always get them added later, and this is something that, that could be used. Then I also say that we have some data, but we also have some new tools for what we call skills intelligence. We have big data, we can look at job advertisement. We also have artificial intelligence, we have foresight, we have all these new tools, but I don't think that they are in a position today to really replace hard data. So we still have to work on the hard data to get a good understanding. Of course, they can supplement, they can create more details, and we should use them as such. Maybe over time they can replace, but I don't think we are there yet. Then I also want to just come to a point which was already mentioned also, that over 80% of the skills needed in the nuclear sector is actually shared with other industrial sectors. So that means that we are in a continuous competition with these sectors. And I think, of course, we cannot solve the problem. For example, if you talk about instrumentation engineer, mechanical engineers, it's not up to us as a nuclear sector to solve the problem. But I think what we can do is that we can try to quantify how many we need of these. And then if we collect at European level, for example, then at least we can address these problems to the member states. And then I also want to say, just related to STEM students, which we also have heard a number of times during this conference, there's a big need for STEM students. A few weeks ago, the European Commission, they published their Union for Skills, which also emphasized the really big need for STEM students. The last 10 years, actually, the STEM students have increased in Europe with 10%, which sound good, but the problem is it is not as fast as the demand have increased. So it's getting more and more difficult to get the STEM students. And of course, this has to be addressed at European level, not only at, let's say, at nuclear industry level. But of course, it's something we have to keep in mind. And also we have to keep in mind that there is a continuous competition for these STEM students which are available. Thank you.
I don't know if anyone wants to add some small, quick insight. Okay, so we follow. Great. Our next question is for Gabriel. And as we all know, NN centralizes educational and training opportunities, but yet many young professionals still learn about them through supervisors or personal networks rather than the website. So what partnerships or outreach strategies should NN establish with academic supervisors and research centers to ensure these opportunities reach the most promising candidates?
Thank you for the question. I have a very short answer to that. Apparently, no matter how many social networks we have, human interaction is essential. So, jokes aside, indeed, to explain a little bit what this hub it is, and to give you the history of this educational hub, there is a gentleman today in the room which at some point a few years back was asking me, hey, I know you had this project on this topic, where can I find the information? Then I remember you had this another project on this topic, where can I find this information? And then we said, okay, let's find this information in one place. So we started developing this so-called educational hub, where we want, and this is our target now for about 1 year, to put everything together, so all the education and training actions under one umbrella, under one website. So whenever you have the need to find a specific topic, a training for a specific topic, an educational program for a specific topic, you have one place to go. And this is not only for us. I said, okay, we can do it, NN can do it, but NN is not the only one doing education and training, at least in Europe, to say so. So we open this platform to all the institutions that are providing something. I'm not referring here to master programs and so on, because these are at national level, but rather to institutions that are coming together in providing that extra thing that is needed for a person to, let's say, get a specific qualification, get a specific knowledge for a specific job and so on. So we have developed this hub. Indeed, the hub is quite recent. Before the hub, we used our website. And there is let's say, a second story to it. We have implemented for several years now a mobility program in which we are funding not only our partner institutions, but again, we opened ourselves to the whole nuclear environment, to all nuclear institutions, and we said we fund people to go these courses. Maybe we can develop, but maybe others can develop these courses. So we are funding the others, basically, not only us. And in return, we are asking the people to tell us, hey, one of the questions is, hey, how did you find out about us? We need to improve this. And indeed, the surprise came quite recently when a lot of respondents, I don't want to say most, a lot of respondents said, yes, from my friend, from my professor, from my, let's say, bubble, which is represented by persons. So basically, it's a living proof that this human interaction is still needed and it's still out there. Indeed. So I was joking at the beginning, we noticed a real increase in different socials, because with generations, a few years back, Facebook was on top, today it's not anymore. And we noticed a huge increase in either Instagram or LinkedIn. So LinkedIn, at least, it's a recognized professional network, but Instagram is widely used by youngsters. So we also noticed that increase, but again, it's still there. So we are, let's say, fighting on different fronts to reach the people. So yeah, this is where we are today. Thank you.
Yeah, human interaction is really necessary. Yeah. Our next question is for Thibaut, and I would like to ask you that, with a significant portion of the current workforce set to retire within the next decade, and competition for talent intensifying, as for example, new reactors come online, which measures should be prioritized to promote mobility, mutual recognition of qualifications, and attract that diverse and multidisciplinary pool of young professionals to the nuclear industry?
Thank you for the question. Yes, indeed, I was talking about this challenge that is coming, and there are some solutions. First one, like you say, mobility solution for the student. We should be able to expand the opportunities for the student, exchange student, dual degree programs, enable students to be able to do internship in different countries as well, and expand the international internship, and encourage also companies in your own country to host interns from other countries. These are some things that can be done. And also providing information about the career that is possible in the nuclear sector. Nuclear sector is not only nuclear engineers. Let's be clear about this. When you consider a nuclear power program, it's around 5% of the nuclear workforce that is nuclear engineer specialized. The rest is normal people, project management, finance people, construction, electricians, welders, for the construction at least. All those people, they just need to be nuclearized, but they should also be able to cross the borders and to be exchanged with other countries, because again we will be fighting with this. This is something we are doing at I2EN, mostly for the nuclear engineering programs, nuclear master's degrees, PhD degrees. We are a platform for the students who want to come study in France. We help them come to France, study in master's degree programs. Just for your information, we have around 80 different degrees in France. 12 are taught in English, so 12 of them are available for foreign students that don't speak French. If they speak French, they can join more, of course, but I can understand that French is a bit complicated. And we also try to encourage more master's degree programs to be available in English and not only in French. We facilitate the development of partnerships between universities in France with universities abroad. We've done that recently with a few examples in Slovenia, with Kazakhstan as well. We are working on this with Sweden as well. So this is something that can enable more mobility. And finally, we work with the University of Nuclear Craft, the UMN, on setting up a platform where we will have internships, not only internships in France available for foreign students, and also internships available at the international level for French students. So this will be an initiative that hopefully will enable more mobility. On the cross-border recognition, I think this was said already, many people agree with this. We need to develop a European framework, at least European framework, to recognize the different competencies, qualifications, degrees, in order to be able to exchange easily the workforce, the people, the students as well. We are working at I2EN. We have developed this I2EN seal, we call it, label in French, but it's a seal, where a committee of experts is reviewing the master's degree programs. We have 21 of them, master's degree programs that have the seal. And this label identifies for foreign students the quality of the program and the fact that this program is also good for foreign students. What we are doing is we are working, for example, with Slovenia to have this approach also done in Slovenia and maybe have this I2EN seal, quality label, be also a quality label in Slovenia. And why not replicate in other countries? Because then, and maybe at the European level, have some kind of initiative similar where different programs would have the same seal, the same label, and that would be a gauge of quality and the fact that the workforce then could travel cross-border. I think we should also work on quality benchmarking, because the different programs are not at the same level, and we should help each other improve, make our own master's degree programs, PhD degree programs, or other even bachelor technical programs, make them improve and learn from experience of other countries and learn from the best practices so we can all improve together. We have been working on a similar approach with Canada. The I2EN has signed a partnership with UNENE to exchange information and exchange our best practices in France and in Canada in order to improve our programs and improve the quality of the workforce that is going to go out of this. And finally, the last point, it has been mentioned many times, and like you said, attracting a young generation. We talk about promoting nuclear, promoting the fact that it is good for the climate. I agree with all of these, but maybe we should also try to have different thinking and different approaches. I think most of us are convinced about this, but we need to touch the people that maybe don't know about this. I will take the example, we're in Poland, I will take the example of Poland. Before that, I was working at the IAEA. I was helping or supervising or supporting Poland, not supervising, supporting the work of Poland. They did an amazing campaign in stakeholder engagement. They had this, just one example of this on TV, Atomsky family, where they were explaining what is nuclear, some small issues, what is this, what is that. And it had an amazing impact. All this plan that they put in place, it had really an amazing impact. And they saw the engagement and the public support raised from around 50-something% to the highest we've ever seen was around 82%, if I'm not mistaken, or even 84%, which is amazing. And doing initiatives like this can also increase the attractiveness for young generation. If there are some French people in the room, I remember when I was young on TV, there was an advertisement from Areva, and they were having this song, Funky Town. I will not sing it, I will not have you support my singing, but I still remember it, and I think it played a big role, this advertisement, of me joining the nuclear industry, because it was showing all the fuel cycle and the industry, and it was so nice, and I was like, wow, nuclear is so nice. I was maybe 12, 14 years old. I didn't know anything about nuclear. But this kind of initiative also, I think, is very good for the industry and can attract young generation. And maybe change the image that people can have. We need to change this Homer Simpson also image that we have. Everybody has seen The Simpsons. We need to change it. Nuclear is not only about this. Nuclear, we have to show the positive. How many movies have you seen about nuclear saving the world? Not so many, I guess. Usually nuclear is destroying the world. So we need more of this, and maybe we will be able to attract a younger generation. But for this, we need the political will. And without the political will, I don't think we will be able to reach this objective. So political will, and of course, the financing that is needed in order to provide the support for the careers. So again, facilitate mobility, build trust in the training system, and exchange students in between different countries, and make nuclear sexy again. This has been said a lot of time, but I think there are a lot of solutions that can be applied here, and we'll be able to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thibault.
Maybe
does
Spain
anyone
can
want to
produce
add
such a
something?
film?
Naval.
Maybe Spain can produce such a film.
Thank you, Thibault. Just a quick sharing of my own experience. You mentioned the age gap. In one particular case, I was looking at an old report, and right at the beginning it said, "For the eyes of the committee members only." And believe me, none of the committee members were alive. So there's a time that, some of this time gap that we are talking about, we don't even have 5 to 10 years. So what I recommend is that we should take a decision to digitize as much of our documents, particularly the previous work, and turn it into digital repositories that can be searchable. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriel,
No, I was just making a joke. I was saying that maybe Spain can produce such a film about energy.
Yes. We don't need to turn the blade in the wound. So thanks, Thibault. Now we go to the regulators after Johan's opening statement. We go to the next question. So drawing on Germany's comprehensive demand analysis for waste storage and disposal competencies, how should regulators design a needs assessment process to pinpoint current and future skill gaps in nuclear waste management? And what combination of such tools as simulation-based training, academic partnerships, or targeted fellowships would you recommend to address those gaps? Johan?
Yeah, thank you for this question. So as I said, we have this example of 2020, when it was clear that Germany is phasing out of nuclear. It's a few years away, and we have to focus now on decommissioning, waste topics, and so on, which is all things which are left more or less from the nuclear age in Germany. There was a decision, and that's my first point perhaps, there was a decision of the federal government, so from the highest political level, to make a requirement analysis, what do we need in the next years, in the next decades for these remaining tasks. And that, I think, was a very good initiative, because then every stakeholder was involved in a process. First, a requirement analysis, a survey, a questionnaire we conducted together with the federal ministry. So first to list all the competences, the fields of competences which are crucial for the next years for the tasks. So from the long-term safety analysis, numerical modeling for deep geological repositories, to safety of interim storage facilities, but also things like logistics, of course, and things also, that's especially important because we as a regulator are responsible also for that, public participation and the public participation process for the site selection procedure. And the next step for each of these crucial competences, we spelled out 5 fields of action. And the 5 fields were training and teaching, upskilling and professional development, research, of course, and financing research, knowledge management, and international networking and working in international committees. So in each of these fields, we looked what are the needs and what would be possible measures for the German workforce we need in the next years and decades to build up and maintain, of course, skills we need for the decommissioning and for the waste disposal strategies. And all of this is also published, unfortunately, only in German, so you can look it up if you want to, but perhaps you can translate it with some new technology and translator, but it's published only in German, but you can find it. Just to make perhaps a few examples for my institution, because I think it's the best way to give concrete examples from one's own experience. When we were built up as a federal office, we made a decision, and one of the several decisions, of course, and one of the decisions was not only to concentrate on licensing and supervisory tasks, but also to build up a regulatory research department and to hire people for regulatory research. And one of the reasons, of course, was that we had foreseen that a way to find competent people or to build up competences, of course, is the collaboration in research projects. We all know that. But not every, I think not every regulatory body is doing that so intensively, and that is, I think, one thing which is a good experience from our build-up phase to conduct research, to conduct, of course, cooperations with research facilities, especially universities. We have a PhD program where we are collaborating with universities for PhD projects, and sometimes the people who made the PhD work then come to us, come into the institutions, and of course then they know after perhaps 3 or 4 years, they know the institutions, they know several insights for the work, which is, of course, beneficial for our institution. We are teaching a master course together with the Technical University in Berlin. That's also one example. That's one course in a master program, and we call it Interdisciplinary Challenges of Nuclear Waste Disposal. And there are not only technicians, there are not only natural scientists, but there are also social sciences, environmental planning sciences, and so on. And of course, one course cannot provide every knowledge the students would like to have, perhaps, when they go into the nuclear field. But these kinds of, that's are simply examples of how to motivate people to go into this field, into this nuclear field, especially in Germany, where we have no nuclear power plant, but the waste issue still there. And that's also one of our, that was one of our communication narratives, especially in Germany, not to say, oh, we have this big new nuclear program here, because we have not, and we don't want to have it right now. We were communicating and trying to advertise our institution and our work as one of the most important infrastructure environmental projects we have in Germany, because finding a site and building sites for deep geological repository is an environmental project, is an environmental task. And through this way, we motivated several people, I would say, which would not have come to our institution when we had said, oh, we have here a big nuclear program, because the stands regarding nuclear are very diverse in our institution. But everyone is focusing on the task. We need a solution, a safe solution for the nuclear waste. And that's our task, that's our environmental project here, and we want to contribute to them. That's one of the main driving forces of people which joined us as a regulatory body in the last years. Of course, especially also people which went into the section of public participation and who want really to have a good procedure for the public to build up trust, not only to make good PR, but to build up trust through collaboration and hosting discussions, also critical discussions regarding the work we are doing as a regulator, of course, the work which is done by the operator, naturally, and these are driving forces which we had there and which were positively, I think. I will stop there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Does anyone want to add up on that, on skill gap, on tools that that we have, also on the perspective of putting in the environmental science light, which is positive? Okay, then we move to the next question. Michelle, I think also the part of the social sciences and humanities was partly addressed by Jochen and was touched by it, but now also in the previous sessions we had this financial incentives. So beyond financial incentives, what unique value propositions or professional development pathways can the nuclear sector offer to attract and retain young talent? And could the integration of SSH, so social science and humanities, in education and training play a role?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Where shall I start? When I started about 20 years ago, going from a research job to a job which is more dealing with education and training, very often it was said, yeah, come and join the nuclear sector, we're a safe sector. Now I'm happy to hear other arguments than we're a safe sector, because people want to do, like Brian said, people want to do meaningful things, people want to make a difference. So I'm happy that communication now has already turned into arguments like okay, we produce clean energy, we provide life-saving medical isotopes, we take full responsibility from cradle to grave in the decommissioning, etc. So these are other types of arguments, I would say, and I'm happy that there is an evolution made over there. So going to putting attention to the fact that the nuclear is a responsible sector and a society that it has a lot of societal contributions is, I think, an argument that can attract people to join the nuclear sector. Equally important, of course, is that the sector cares for its employees, but that's more an individual or an organization. At organizational level, this can be done. Yeah, of course, people want more than financial incentives. It's clear that they want recognition, appreciation, nice colleagues, flexible working times, etc. If a company can show that that is present on the work floor, people probably would like to go and work for that employee. But another argument that many employees mention is, I would like to, at regular moments in time, be retrained. I want to be kept up to date with the latest findings, etc. So continuous professional development, I think offering that is also an important factor. Next to that, maybe I think it's also good that, Thibault mentioned it, you need more than the nuclear engineer in the nuclear sector. So be open for the non-nuclear engineer, and also do not be afraid to call that also an expert. You need good welders, you need expert welders, you need good other types of professions. Of course, they don't need to have the deep understanding like the nuclear engineer has, but equally important, and these people, we call it, they need to be nuclearized, but that's not, sometimes we make it sound as less important, but it is important. Safety culture is important, quality assurance is important, so this is something we should stress as well. And then maybe to come to the second part of the question on the social sciences and humanities. On the integration of that, I always, when I propose our SEKC Academy, I always say, okay, we're very well aware that nuclear is difficult from a scientific, technical point of view, but it's also very challenging from a societal point of view. And we recognize that STEM disciplines are undeniably foundational, but the integration of social sciences and humanities to us is also essential. And if you use such an interdisciplinary approach, you equip engineers and scientists with opportunities to develop necessary additional skills next to the STEM skills. And to give you a few examples, because people can ask, okay, what are you talking about if you talk about social sciences and humanities? But for example, acquiring notions of complexity analysis, of policy analysis, learning about the dynamics and role of societal critique, mastering the art of reasoning, of opinion formulation, of debate, certainly when it comes to the waste management, this is important, and the transgenerational issues that come along with that. Understanding of historical evolutions, making of ethical judgments, looking at economics, for example, but also from a social sciences point of view. So these are all topics that we deal with at SEKCN. We have a program for the integration of social sciences into nuclear research. And those experts over there, they help us at the SEKCN Academy to also make courses on these type of topics. And actually I advocate for the integration of those courses also in the basic curriculum, not only in specialized courses or optional courses, but really in the basic curriculum of nuclear studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Naval, you want to add up?
Yeah, just to attract younger people to our nuclear industry, I think we should change the way we design and construct. Let me explain. In the past, engineers designed things based on their experience. We call it the empirical understanding. Nowadays, what nuclear sector being very traditional, we try to do what is called mechanistic design, in which we try to understand what the problem is, what's the physics behind it, the chemistry behind it. Believe me, I mean, Roger pointed out to me that there are these posters outside, and I went and I read each and every one of them. Only about 2 or 3 talk about AI and digital approach. Everything is mechanistic. The future is going to be digital. And it is about time that we change the way we do the design and construction. We start to teach. I mean, look at medical sector. They've already made a move. Look at aerospace. Look at other sectors. But we are still stuck to our traditional mechanistic ways. And I think that could be one of the reasons why we don't attract a younger generation. So my appeal is start to take digital approaches, combine AI with physics, combine AI with probabilistic methods, and that's the way to attract the younger generation, which I call the digital generation.
Thank you, Naval. Thibault?
Yeah, just to add on also on what Michelle was saying, I completely agree with her, but to add a little bit more on this, I think in order to attract also generation into going into the nuclear field, at some point you need to also promise them that they will have a career there, maybe, and they will have jobs. And sometimes they are not really sure they will still have jobs in the future. When we see some switches in politics, policy decisions, people, they don't know. And you couldn't always say, okay, I can switch from design to decommissioning maybe, or dismantling maybe, but no, you need to promise them that they have the career, and you need to show them what are the different possibilities in terms of career in the nuclear sector. And for example, this is something we've been doing recently. We've done a nuclear industry days in Switzerland, where we met students from the Polytechnic School in Zurich and Lausanne. And we brought industrial from France, from different sectors, EDF, Orano, so fuel cycle, other industries, even Andra, CA, everybody, and also all the SMR startups that we have in the French ecosystem. So they could learn about what are the different careers, opportunities that they can have as engineers. And they were not, they were part of nuclear engineering, but not only. There were also other engineers from mechanical engineering, chemical engineering. So they can learn about what are the opportunities for them. Attracting them is also showing them what is possible for them, because most of the time maybe they don't even know what is possible. When you go to mechanical engineering, my background is mechanical engineering, usually you think about planes, rockets. This is the dream. And then I went to nuclear. And this is also the dream in my case. And another point that you mentioned, the safety culture. And this has also a positive impact. In my experience, when I was working in the industry before, I was doing this training to go to be an exposed worker in nuclear facilities. So I was doing this training where you get half naked, let's say, and then you need to put all the clothes in the right order, so then you can go into a nuclear power plant. And there were some workers that were here, electricians and welders that were doing the same training, coming from regular industry. And we were exchanging about this, and they were telling me they love the nuclear industry. Why? Because of the safety culture. They were telling me in oil industry, in chemical industry, they've seen colleagues die in front of them. In nuclear industry, they never had this kind of issue, because the safety culture and the safety level that is in the nuclear industry is way higher than in any other industry. And this is something that is also positive. When you want to attract people, show them how the nuclear industry is safe, how much effort we put into making sure the mistakes that were made in the past and the accident that happened, they don't happen again, and we make sure that we will not repeat this kind of mistake. And this is also, I think, a positive that could attract other people. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed. Now we move to there are very interesting questions in the chat, but we are going to come to them in the next part of our session. So we have a question now to Naval, based on his expertise on AI. So nuclear projects span over generations, making long-term knowledge management vital. Your work on AI-based search tool demonstrates their power to extract user-specific insights from vast documentation. How can the nuclear community establish standardized guidelines for implementing these AI tools covering staff skills, data governance, and cross-organization collaboration to preserve and transfer critical knowledge effectively?
Right. Good standards and guidelines are established by good industry practice. Believe me, years ago, as a young engineer, I used to work on fracture mechanics, teams of us, and we came up with failure assessment, how to assess structures containing defects. And that good practice eventually turned it up into procedures. I don't know, some of you may remember R5, R6. It became British standard internationally. Even oil and gas sector has picked it up. So the lesson that we have learned is that good industry practice needs to be established, and then it will emerge into guidance, codes, standards, and hopefully influence even the regulations. That's the way it works. So our first step is to establish a good practice. There are 8 basic steps to establish AI practice. And the foremost is have data strategy. Without data, there is no AI. So if you ask me, go back to your organizations and ask for a data strategy. Not just we collect the data, put it away. No. Label it, because this is going to be read by some AI analyst in future. So that is basically what needs to be done. And then start to deploy, if we are talking about knowledge management here today. As I've mentioned to you before, AI-powered cognitive search tools which are commercially available. I mean, there are people here in the conference who can introduce those tools to you. I'm not talking about likes of ChatGPT or Copilots. I mean, you better be careful if you are starting to use them for serious nuclear work, because they use old data, they may hallucinate, or they may not even understand your terminology. And that this is the issue regulators have also pointed out. But these tools are trained on nuclear stuff meant for designers and engineers. They have access to all the codes and standards. They can tell you if this information is still useful or not, because things which used to happen in last decade may not be acceptable now, because regulations have changed. So I would say people should establish a protocol. They should really have some strategy to say, how are we going to implement AI, which is going to help our younger engineer and other people. Let me just share with you one example. We tried it, because I don't just make things up. This is actually a trial. There was a team. They were looking after nuclear equipment qualification. So when, say, a new pump comes, and an expert with years and years of experience will say, right, this is what it is, its function is this, therefore we must test this, that's the standard, this, that, another. And it will take that expert about a week or so to lay down that specification. So we had a young graduate trainee with AI tool that had actually read all the last 20, 30 years of various certification and the reports and so on, and he started to work. And believe me, he did a faster work, something in half an hour. He will actually complete the whole thing, because he had managed, with help of that AI cognitive tool, all that explicit knowledge which was there, those pile of documents, into a tacit knowledge, which was helping that person make the right decision at the right time. So I would honestly say that this is the kind of strategy that you all should start to follow, and maybe take back to your organization to say, I've been to this brilliant conference in Warsaw, and this is the message I've come back with. Thank you.
Thank you, Naval. AI seems to be on the lips of everyone. Does anyone want to add up on this answer? We have some interesting questions in the chat, but I will...
Yeah, so this would be the end of the...
Sorry.
Yeah. No, if we are jumping to questions, I am also curious about something. So just let me know if it's the moment.
Yes.
Speaking of AI and your colleague with the AI, I'm curious about what kind of AI was using, because the purpose of my question is the following. To the best of my knowledge, let's say all the materials shared with open sources AI are public. And I'm curious if there is any entity, nuclear entity, which invested in an in-house developed AI tool to have, let's say, this preservation of the confidentiality of the materials.
So the kind of tool that I'm talking about looks within your own organization. So you can have your shared drives and your, common drives where sensitive and commercially sensitive information is there. It can read it. But at the same time, it also looks outside to regulators' websites, to codes and standards, to new journals, and and so when you are deciding whether this is the right thing to do, it will of course have access to your own confidential information, but at the same time, what is going on in the world outside. So this is the kind of tool that one needs to have, that it actually looks at both your internal information as well as external information. And these tools are available. That's what is very good, because they can do horizon scan, they can see what is still valid and not valid. As I mentioned, there are a lot of other tools available, Googles and ChatGPTs and all this, but they are not perhaps trained on the latest information, and they may not even have access to the right information. So you have to have your own tools.
Exactly, this is the point.
You have to have your own.
You need to be very sure that the material shared with this tool, because at the conceptual phase of this AI tool, you need to provide some input, some data.
Absolutely.
And you need to be sure that this is, the confidentiality is maintained.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we have any questions from the public?
Hello, my name is Abhishek Mishra from Galson Sciences. So it's more of a general question to all the panelists here, that what can I look forward to the next 6 months from our discussion today, 2 hours, that you are planning to take back and explore that idea and try. So if I could hear from each panelist that one thing they will try to bring YGN more into the discussions that we are having so far, that they would try, and I would see in 6 months or 1 year on LinkedIn from them that we tried this and this was the outcome.
So what I'm going to do in mid-July is hold a day and a half of hands-on workshop for AI in nuclear, particularly for youngsters. It's in Daresbury in the United Kingdom, and you're most welcome to come and attend. So this is where we are asking them to bring their own laptops, and we will be giving them the AI tools, and they can download it. We'll give them some examples, and aimed at nuclear engineers. So we call it AI for Nuclear workshop. So that's what's going to happen in July.
Maybe I can take the floor, because I think I mentioned it already. So basically, we are in the process at the moment, and I think in the next 6 months should be available, hopefully, this database for internship, again, for mobility, having foreign student coming to France, or maybe also French student going abroad. So this is one of the concrete steps that we are working on, and I hope in the next 6 months will be available, yeah.
For me, it's difficult to answer on a point to this question, because we have several actions dedicated to young generation, and not only to the young generation, but in fact, this mobility fund that I was telling you about, it's pretty much directly towards the young generation, and it's a very consistent fund. And we intend to, let's say, to continue to develop such actions, and in the same time, hopefully with the support of European Commission, even in the future, we'll have more in this regard. Yeah, I mean, all the actions are presented on our website, so yeah, thanks.
And I hope that we can begin 2 to 3 PhD projects within this year, which are in the pipeline. And I hope that that will, that they will be ready. I think 1 or 2 are connected to EURAD program. So that's especially, I think, and for me, it's important perhaps to point that out, because I think this EURAD program is especially a good example for scientific collaboration, scientific projects on a European basis, and to also bring in younger generation scientists into the nuclear field. And I'm very pleased that the regulators perhaps will play also a bigger role in this EURAD program, because I think it's important to share the knowledge which is developed there, not only among the operators and scientific organizations, but also with the regulators, because at the end we have to make informed decisions. And if we cannot do them. We are all not in the position to bring nuclear projects of which kind of ever forward. So that's perhaps one or two things which are concrete.
Yeah, for us it's a bit the same answer as from Gabriel, because we are doing things on a continuous basis. But maybe one thing that will be new that we will do is that it's actually at an international level. The two countries, Belgium and the Netherlands, they have joined forces when it comes to the future of nuclear. And one of the concrete actions that came out there is that we organize a summer school, but it's for Belgian and Dutch students at Belgian and Dutch universities. And it's not aimed at people who already know, who are already studying nuclear, but who are studying a general STEM, general engineering, physics, chemistry, whatever. We take them on a tour in the Belgian and the Dutch installations. We also give some courses, but not the real deep dive courses with equations from there to there, etc. But just to give them a flavor, okay, this is what nuclear is, these are the different players in the field. This is a potential job that you can do. So that is one thing that we will realize, and maybe it can be an example for other countries as well to do that.
So maybe also me. Also, I think it's a difficult question to answer personally. But again, I'm working for the JRC, and the JRC is organizing several training courses. I also know that we have a summer school for nuclear decommissioning in ISPRA. So of course, this is also mainly reaching out to the young generation. So we are doing as a big organization, but let's say in my day-to-day job, it is maybe more broad. It's not only for the young generation.
And maybe I can add also quickly to this. With Gabriel, by the way, we are organizing a school on SMR for young professionals in France in October. So again, for young generation, if you want to attend, please, you can go look on the NN website. This school is coming, so it's perfectly targeted only for young generation, young professionals, so young generation. So I use this opportunity.
And also do not forget those who are in EURAD here. The EURAD has a lot of training courses and mobility actions that are on the run. Yeah.
Any other questions?
So thank you for all what you mentioned. So I'm Yasin from Hungary. I have just one question. So you were mentioning that you want to attract the new generation for the nuclear jobs and nuclear career. But what about what we call training of trainers? So we have assistant professors from all over Europe, and is there any programs like for them to show them the new technologies, the new developments? Of course, it's better to bring one assistant professor for 2 weeks or 1 month for intensive trainings, and when they will be back, they will share this with their students, and they will share for example, the usage of the AI in the nuclear sector, etc., etc., etc. And one more thing is for attracting this. We are always talking about nuclear energy, but I guess that people are not aware that they can cure the cancer with nuclear. That nuclear is used everywhere. So it's not always about energy, but also it's radiation protection in hospitals. So when I was getting my master's degree, I was working in a hospital, and everyone thought that I am a doctor, even if I was not a doctor, but it was a good feeling. So people, they are not aware that nuclear is used in different activities. So it's a way also to attract them, to show them in which area, that there are different areas where they can work. Thank you.
Thank you for this question, and thank you for bringing this topic to our attention, because this is something I had in my note, but I didn't bring up because I2EN works mostly in the nuclear energy field. So that's why we talk about nuclear energy. But this is something, and I agree, that can attract younger generation as well. And this is something that also, I'm a nuclear engineer, but I didn't even know all the applications that are still possible. And when I joined the IAEA, for example, I learned about so many different applications, like breeding like plants treating plants in order to be able to grow in dry areas or with very low level of water or things like this in order to help countries struggling with producing some seeds. The mosquito technique that they use to sterilize mosquito in order to kill populations of tsetse flies, for example, or fight dengue, for example. These kind of applications, you don't even imagine, but nuclear is everywhere. Your smartphones, all your smartphones, the processors, they have been boosted by nuclear techniques. There was a sterilization technique that was used for metal cans in order for your food inside to be fully sterile. I mean, all of these, there are so many applications, and I agree, medicine, of course, saving lives every day, this is one great example. And to jump on your second topic, train the trainer, this is also something that we are now working on also at the I2EN, because I agree with you, it's not only about delivering knowledge, it's about making sure that the knowledge you deliver will be used to other people there, and that they retain the knowledge. It's not only about us retaining the knowledge, it's also about the people we support retaining this knowledge and spreading it to other generations. So this is an initiative that we're working on that will come in some time, because we need a little bit of time, but yeah, this is a very good question as well. Thank you.
And then he's also doing that. Just recently, 1 month ago, we organized such an event dedicated to teachers together with members of our network and together with the IEA under IEA premises and with high support from Euratom. We had this, let's say 1 week, if I'm not wrong, 1 week event when we put teachers together on selected topics. And we combined these, let's say, train the trainers initiatives with the level of the teachers, because these teachers were secondary school teachers. And in this way, we tried to, let's say, solve some common found problems by putting them together in a room and then complementing the knowledge of everybody. And we reached quite good results with it. We do expect to have, let's say, a white paper issued pretty soon in this regard. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so we have some questions from the chat. First question, for example, is please tell me if there is a STEM education or STEM programs in your institutions or your countries, and if so, could you tell us a bit more about this experience in these programs?
Can you repeat the question, please?
The question is related to STEM courses or STEM education in your institutions, and they are asking if you have STEM courses there, what are they about, or probably and how to apply for them, probably.
Yeah, maybe I can take that. In Belgium, the STEM courses is actually a direction, I can say, that you can follow in high school already. You can do Latin or whatever, or economics, but also you can also follow STEM. And obviously those pupils have a lot of physics, chemistry, all the STEM topics, but they also have projects where they tackle a certain issue that is relevant in society, and they approach it from those different areas, from the physics side, from the biology side. And actually nuclear is an ideal topic to do that, because you say so many applications that we have. So you can have a lesson on biology, on isotopes and how to treat cancers and what does it do at cell level. You can do geology. You can actually you can apply this in any scientific topic, even further than you would think. Physics, chemistry, that's obvious, but also geology, waste, deep underground disposal, for example. Biology, I already mentioned. Languages also, because you can use the terminologies in different languages. So it's very, very interesting that you can take a societal challenge and then learn on that topic from the different transdisciplinary approaches, let's say. And that is a possibility that is organized in, I know, in the Belgian high schools. Yeah. And actually with SEKC and Academy, we support teachers who have to find a topic and look at it from different perspectives, because we give the example of the nuclear topic to them. And we help them to develop their school material, etc. Important is that it's really a collaboration. They know how to best treat the pedagogical side, let's say, and how to talk to their pupils, and we inform them about maybe and give them that information, state of the art, on nuclear topics that they were not yet aware of. Yeah. Oh,
I think it's a very wide question. We don't really have STEM programs in our institute. We are just a very small institute, and to be honest, we're 5 at the moment. But I encourage you to look at all the different programs that are available in France. I mean, STEM is so wide. I guess we have hundreds of programs that could be interesting. Any engineering program is dealing about STEM. And like you said, in high school already, when I was in high school, I was dealing with physics, mathematics, science, technology. So this is already starting early on. So I encourage you to have a look. And specifically on the nuclear aspects, I also encourage you to look maybe at our website or the website of the University of the Nuclear Craft. You will find information on a variety of programs there.
I can support what was just said. In principle, STEM or engineering education defines the STEM or vice versa. STEM per se is addressed at early stages of education. So that's why we cannot speak about our institutions developing a STEM program. STEM program, it's a national educational program. And if you move further in your educational process, basically this translates into, mostly translates into engineering schools. This is what engineering schools are about, the STEM education.
I have a comment or question to Professor Prinja regarding, your comment that ChatGPT has outdated database. So what I want to say is that most of the recent platforms like ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, and so on, they have so-called deep research option. Means that they can apply latest models on online data. We use this quite intensively, and I can share several very nice examples of how effective this deep research is.
I will not comment on the effectiveness of ChatGPT modeling issues because they don't tell you. But I can say this much, that in the end, fundamentally, performance of any AI model depends on the data on which it is trained. Okay? Whether it is natural language processing or any calculation, regression analysis, classification, whatever you're doing, the performance is essentially to do with what kind of data it was trained on. Okay? And this is important. In nuclear industry, as one of our speakers has already mentioned to you, lot of reports, lot of data is not made public. So I wonder how Google or Microsoft get hold of that. Impossible. Yeah? So what you need is a tool which has a natural language processing capability, and then it reads your documents. It actually answers questions based on what you have. That's essentially what you should be doing, until unless ChatGPT give you their model. But I will find it very difficult that that could happen. Let me just give you one example. A couple of years ago, when next version of ChatGPT came out in various languages, their Chinese language model was immediately pulled back. You know why? Because in response to some of pretty standard questions, its vocabulary was using things which are more to do with gambling and some other unmentionable topics. That is because the way it was trained, the raw material that they had used for that language training was from the websites which was meant to do funny things. So this is the warning that I keep giving, that you can end up with wrong kind of information. So be careful. I would recommend these language models which are actually trained for engineers and scientists. And there are some which are available.
One interesting question from the chat. So here, you have mentioned many qualifications, specialization courses, and they seem fundamental to become a qualified nuclear worker. However, in public organizations such as GRC or other private companies, it is more important to pass simple reasoning tests than to actually know the nuclear field. Isn't this kind of a disappointing or misleading? So especially when the aim is to attract or retain skilled workers.
Thank you for this question. Well, I can only refer to that I work for the JRC, but JRC is part of the European Commission. And the rules for recruiting, we have to comply to the rules of the European Commission. Unfortunately, I have to say, it's something we're fighting on a daily basis, and we're trying to have our own recruitment procedure. It is difficult, so it's not so easy. I understand the frustration, but it is not easy to change, I have to say.
And if I can add quickly, just I would disagree also on some jobs, because I have friends who went through the process of the safeguards inspector, for example, for the European Commission. It's not simply, okay, reasoning, this is the basis, but you have to go through a questionnaire. It's not simple question that they ask here. You have to be a specialist in safeguards in order to know what you're talking about. So it's not only reasoning. I guess there is a basis here that is made to have people that know how to think or a specific mindset, but you also need the knowledge.
But maybe also, we quite recently had, I don't know if the person referred to these, but we had now
He's
two...
anonymous.
We had,
He's anonymous.
Okay. But we recently had two new, let's say, internal competitions, which are focusing on the nuclear area. I didn't participate myself, so I didn't see the questions, but I hopefully hope that also there were more linked to the competences in the nuclear area. And, but the lists are not available yet, so we don't have the results.
Thank you. Is there any urgent question? Last short question? Yeah, Reka.
It's a more general question. I'm working a bit with regulators on the emerging technologies, and I would like to build on your question, training the trainees. But how about training the regulator to have some kind of train the regulator as a program, because the emerging technologies are disruptive in nature, which means that introduce new risks that it's hard to assess because we don't have enough case studies or historical data. And there is a really differences if I talk with young regulators and if I talk with older regulators about implementing or deploying emerging technologies in our sector.
So I come from the UK, and we are very lucky. Our UK regulator is non-prescriptive. They are very open. They encourage innovation. They've carried out some soapboxes, consultation exercises. And yes, I have personally gone and given them training, but they also do engage with industry frequently. And I believe that they are working with US regulators as well on this very topic of AI. But I'm not sure about... Yes. In general, others.
So I can take the example of France. We have ASNR now, that is the merging of ASN and IRSN. They have their own university that now can support also foreign countries in developing their own competencies, very dedicated to regulatory responsibilities. We also at I2EN develop a training at the moment, end of June. We have this masterclass for decision makers and also from the regulatory body to learn about the fundamentals of developing a nuclear power program. So which gives a vision that is more than just the responsibilities of the regulator. It will cover regulatory aspects, legal framework as well, but it will also cover the responsibilities of the operator that the regulator has to know about, the responsibilities of the government, which the regulator has to know about, and dealing with all the different issues of, I mean, you know the milestone approach maybe, and the 19 issues, all of this will be covered, and also provided for regulatory people, for senior executive or executive in a regulator that are curious to learn about how a nuclear power program is managed.
So perhaps just to add from a regulatory office, one thing we do is we set up a qualification network for nuclear technologies, especially, of course, in our case, waste technologies, but you can expand it, of course, to other topics as well, where we bring together the regulatory stakeholders in Germany and learn from each other and bring together the requirements, needs for further build up skills in the needs in the different institutions and look, can we go this way together and perhaps not only learn from each other, but also set up courses which meets the requirements from all of the different regulatory levels. So that's one example of a platform we are just building as a regulatory body. And I think another very important thing is it's relatively obvious, but it's international cooperation and the exchange we have with organizations like IAEA or OECD NIA. So the working in the committees is one of the things that specialists which we hire should do relatively quickly so that they really get to know the international discussion in a specific topic and can work with it, not only hear it, but that they really work within the regulations and the discussions. And I think that's the other point. And the third one, perhaps, especially regarding new technologies, also is research, because you talked much about AI, and of course many questions in my head popped up. What are the quality assurance measures for implementing AI? What do we have to do as a regulator to control it? That's not a black box, because if we want to make a decision on something which was generated by AI, that's not a trivial question. How do we do this decision? How do we explain our decision to the public, perhaps? So that are many questions, and I don't have the answer for that right now, but that's something we address, for example, in our research agenda as an institution.
I'm sure that there are many, many other questions also in the chat, but now I would want you to have a final statement, a takeaway message, very short, and I will start with Brian.
Okay, but then I want to repeat myself. I think that we need better data. We need better data at regional, at national level, and at European level of the actually human resources and the skills we need in order to design, let's say, effective skill strategies to make sure that we have a competent and skilled workforce in the future.
What I would like to say is that if we fail to attract, train, and keep this workforce, no other investment in nuclear is relevant. You don't have the people to run, to construct and operate it. It's irrelevant whatever investment you make in nuclear.
I was thinking about the message, and I would say to you are all the voices that should be also communicating about nuclear. So please don't be ashamed of talking about nuclear. You are the voices that might attract the young generation also, your young generation, people you know, your friends, attract them and talk about nuclear with them. You are very well placed. You know about nuclear, so talk about it.
I have no final message, but an invitation. We heard that the nuclear field is a very multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary field, and we are doing in September an international research symposium in Berlin, which is open to everyone to come to Berlin and present perhaps research projects and so on. It's especially interdisciplinary on the field of all waste topics, from decommissioning, interim storage to final repository sites. And it includes also the social sciences, not only just communication and PR, but really social sciences and technical sciences and STEM sciences. So if you want to come to Berlin in September, we are inviting you, and you find all the things, all the details on our website.
Okay, maybe I can say that and repeat myself again, that I think that competence building is a joint effort. A lot of players are there, and I want to emphasize on one particular part, that is qualitative education and training tailored to the needs of your audience. Not everybody needs to know the same. And coming what you just said, interdisciplinarity is important, integration of social sciences is important, and developing a certain critical thinking is also very important, definitely regarding the topic of my colleague who will say the last words of the summary.
Thank you, Michelle. I would recommend that you all have AI strategy for knowledge management, knowledge preservation that can help you improve quality and improve competency. Also, please start to use an AI-powered cognitive search tool, particularly for your younger staff. This tool should be the one that is trained for engineers and scientists. This is important. And don't just give them pile of documents, don't just give them explicit knowledge, but give them this tool such that they can go from that explicit knowledge to tacit knowledge where they can decide what to do with it. So please help us establish good industry practice by doing that. Thank you.
Okay, so with these final statements, we conclude this session. Thank you very much to all of you to come here, and to the panelists, of course, to share their expertise, and I think they deserve an applause.
Thank you for coming here, and may I invite you, there is a session dedicated to human resource in nuclear safeguards. It's the only session dedicated in this conference. It's upstairs. Thank you.